for Outer Worlds, and it's so good to have each and every one of you on the program
Gorgon
today. Episode on the program today. Sorry about that. Big news of the day is that ZeniMax Media, parent company of Bethesda, was acquired today by Microsoft. $7.5 billion. Just $7.5 billion. Holy cow, that's a lot of money. Just an enormous amount of money. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the Star Wars franchise purchased by Disney for only $4 billion? I didn't check my numbers. I'm going based on memory, but wasn't it around $4 billion a few years ago? So are we saying here that ZeniMax Media and Bethesda are worth more than Star Wars? Wow, like $7.5 billion. That's just an enormous amount of money. Obviously, this leads to all sorts of questions. Huge questions, small questions, questions that I hope to go over during the broadcast today. Good to see everybody on Facebook. Matthew and Spencer are with me today. Hello, Matthew and Spencer. Good to see you. We are well on our way through the. So I can't, for some reason, I can't get the chat. Here, let me. The YouTube chat isn't coming up just yet, but at least I have the Facebook chat. Let me refresh YouTube real quick just to see if YouTube's coming back up yet, and it's still not. So I don't know, I'm just not getting notified that I'm live, which is the only way. So it used to be, before YouTube did their latest update, that I would know the destination URL of my live stream before going live, and I could therefore have the chat box up and waiting for me so that I could see your chat as it was coming in. But after YouTube's latest update, I don't know where my video is going to appear on YouTube, so I have to go to my channel like everyone else to find myself live to get the chat box open. Well, wait, I suppose I could use the restream chat. But if I do that, then I won't be able to see your super chats because Restream doesn't highlight the super chats. Anyway, and it's having me log in. Well, let me retry YouTube real quick, and it still doesn't say that I'm live. Hold on a second here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone can see me or not. So I'm just gonna move forward under the assumption. Oh, there we go. Finally. If anyone, there, it finally showed up. Okay, now I can see your chat. Anyway, so let's chat a little bit about the implications of this great acquisition. On one hand, I don't know. I always get a little bit sad when I see bigger companies absorb smaller companies. I always get a little bit sad when something like that happens. Because it's kind of like those games like mitosis. I don't know if any of you have played mitosis, or the very beginning of Spore, when you start off as a small organism and you start eating other small organisms and you become bigger. And eventually, if that keeps happening, the pond gets really small and there are 1 or 2 or 3 big organisms in the pond, and all of the small organisms are gone. All of the diversity is gone. It's just those big organisms. So seeing that happen makes me a little sad. On the other hand, for Bethesda, I think this is clearly good. It gives Bethesda more resources to focus on the games that they want to focus on, to maybe get more games done more quickly. Does this mean we're going to see a new Fallout game sooner rather than later? Maybe. I don't know. Another issue that many people are worried about is Xbox exclusives And that's a concern of mine as well. So one thing that's really cool about Bethesda is they have historically been a PC friendly gaming company. I mean, the games that they originally published were for the PC. Morrowind was a PC game. It had to be ported to a console. But what we've seen over the past several years is the gaming industry starting to put consoles first. Instead of creating a PC game and then making it available on a console, they're making console games and then porting them to the PC. It's been a theme that's been going on for the past several years, and you can always tell, when you're playing a game, if it's been ported over to the PC properly or incorrectly. I mean, even in by Resident Evil 7, which we've been enjoying, if you open up the menu, all of the menu items have images of controllers and joysticks, and there have been poor PC ports. It's the same has been true with Bethesda as of late. Their partnership with Microsoft has gotten stronger over the years. I encourage you to read Pete Hines and Todd Howard's recent letters that they published this morning talking about their relationship with Xbox over the years. It has been a strong partnership. It's something even I've noticed just casually as an observer on Twitter and social media. They've been really chummy with Microsoft. So I think something like this was inevitable. And Christopher says Microsoft releases all of their exclusives on PC too, so I wouldn't expect Bethesda to skip PC for now. Yeah, and that's the point that I'm leading to. So I'm very glad that this wasn't Sony that purchased Bethesda, because Microsoft does indeed eventually bring all of their games to the PC via the Windows Store, right? So we've got to go through the Windows Store. Now, is it possible that in the terms of the agreement that we don't know about, that there are clauses that allow Bethesda to sell all of their games on Steam, the Epic Store, and their own Bethesda launcher in the future? Yeah, maybe, possibly. So we don't really know. These are questions we don't know the answer to. I think it's most likely that they'll continue to publish their games to the PC. I think that now that Microsoft has bought the company, Xbox is going to be the priority, because the purpose of buying a game publishing company like this for Microsoft is to push their hardware. That's where they're making their money. They want to push their hardware. It's an incredibly aggressively competitive marketplace. They've got to one-up Sony and all of Sony's exclusivity games. I mean, this summer we've been talking about. I can't even, like, The Last of Us, the new Last of Us game, and then there was the package delivery baby game, whatever that was called. There's all these Sony exclusives are coming out that the gaming media is talking about, and Microsoft's got to get their own exclusives and stuff like that. So I think if I were to guess, I would guess that Bethesda's games will eventually come to the PC from here on out, even after the acquisition. Will there be a delay? I don't know. I don't know how long that delay is going to be. I hope not. God, I hope not. That's really my only main fear. I don't think it's going to interfere with the creative process of Bethesda games. I think that Microsoft wouldn't want to interfere with the creative process of Bethesda games. They bought Bethesda because they love Bethesda's creative process, right? They bought ZeniMax Studio because they like what ZeniMax is doing. And I don't think Microsoft is going to want to interfere with that. So when it comes to just the creative process going on there, the types of games they're making, I don't think any of that is going to change much. I think that's going to continue. If anything, they're going to have more resources to expand and to do more things that they want to do. Another thing that's really cool about this, I mean, Microsoft bought Obsidian. What was it, last year? Now Microsoft bought Bethesda. Obsidian and Bethesda are now the same company. I mean, they're part of the same company. They're still their own distinct identities, right? They're not the exact same identity, but they're kind of siblings now, right? So what does this mean for Fallout New Vegas 2? I don't know. If people were asking me this question, they've been asking me this question for years. Oxhorn, do you ever think Bethesda's going to hire Obsidian to make Fallout New Vegas 2, a sequel to Fallout New Vegas. And then the Microsoft acquisition happened, and I was like, no, like it's never going to happen now. Obsidian is part of Microsoft now. They're going to cater to Microsoft's needs. Now, I don't know what to say. Like, maybe. They've got their own thing going on. Obsidian, in its own right, has been a very successful game publishing or game crafting and game publishing studio for several years now. After the success of Fallout New Vegas, Outer Worlds was a huge hit. They've got their new game Grounded, so they're doing their own thing. Do they even want to work with Bethesda on a Fallout New Vegas 2? I don't know. They don't have all of the same people on staff that they used to have back when they were working on Fallout New Vegas. They have some. They have some of the same people, but they're all working on other things at Obsidian. But now, I mean, this kind of changes the ballgame. They're part of the same company now. It's possible. Now, the thing is, I wouldn't get your hopes up, because when it comes to making a new game, gaming companies, they look at the numbers. Like, your Metacritic score is what you look at. As weird as that is, and from a gamer's perspective, you and I know that a game can be really good even if it has a poor metagame score. But from a game publisher's perspective, it's like their holy grail. They look at that Metacritic, the Metacritic score, and if it's not like an 89 or above, they feel like they've lost, like they've failed as a company. 89 might be, maybe it's 86 or something like that. But if it's not in the mid to high 80s, they feel like their game is a failure, right? And then they, of course, they take a look at the sales. And Fallout New Vegas, it has a Metacritic score that's lower than that of Fallout 3. It sold fewer units than Fallout 3. Really, the reputation of Fallout New Vegas came after its big initial push. The thing that made Fallout New Vegas popular was its ability to be modded, the huge modding community that grew around Fallout New Vegas. It had an easier time being modded than Fallout 3. And then, of course, its amazing, stellar story and world building, which inspired so many people to want to join the modding universe and start modding this game. So it became the phenomena that it is, mainly due to its existence on the PC, its ability to be modded, and the modding community that grew around the amazing and stellar story. How did I go off on that rant? But the point is, will Microsoft be looking at all of that when trying to decide whether or not to have Obsidian and Bethesda team up for Fallout New Vegas 2? Because it's kind of up to them now. It's no longer up to ZeniMax. It's no longer up to Obsidian. It's kind of like Microsoft saying, hey, kids, come here. So I've got a project for you. Fallout New Vegas 2, kind of get it done before bedtime. That's the way it is now, right? That'd be great. Wouldn't that be great if something like that happens? Who knows? The sky's the limit now. It used to be that I would get on this program and say, don't get your hopes up. It's not going to happen. Now, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. But, then Bethesda's got the Fallout TV show of all things that they're working on now. And there's Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6. I mean, as cool as this news is for the potential of getting a new Fallout game sooner rather than later, we also need to understand that all of these companies have a ton of stuff that they're working on right now. I mean, 76 came out of nowhere. We had no idea it was coming until 2018. Bam, it just appears out of nowhere. And so a couple more years, really, if anything, is what I would say if you're expecting any new Fallout content. I don't know, a couple more years at least. More likely, it could be 5 to 7 years. Who knows, really? Anyway, so those are ultimately my thoughts on the acquisition. I don't think it's going to change much from a creative perspective. I still think Bethesda's going to be able to create all of the wonderful games that we've all come to enjoy and love. My only concern is the delay. I think that all of their games are eventually going to come to the PC, right? Even if they are Microsoft exclusives. My big worry is about how long that's going to take. I don't want to wait a year between a game being released and my ability to play it on the PC. I'm not a console gamer. I'm not going to play on the Xbox. I'm just not. I don't like the controller. It's not like a PC Master Race thing with me. I don't like the controller. Like my hands, I don't have nimble fingers. The thumbs. I'm thumb numb, right? I just can't. I'm thumb numb. I'm not really thumb numb, but with the controller in my hand, I'm thumb numb. I got to have a horizontal plane. I got to have the horizontal plane. I'm a gamer who loves the horizontal plane. Don't make me hold a tiny little three-dimensional object in my hand. I can't game that way. That's not the way. I don't want this to be console exclusives, and I don't want to have to wait a year. That's really my only fear. But if I have to wait a week, okay, fine. I'll wait a week. I have to wait a month. Pushing it. You're pushing it. Make me wait a year and I'll just become livid. I really don't want to. That's really my only fear. But I'm glad they've got new resources. I'm glad Obsidian and Bethesda are officially part of the same family. That's awesome, right? And, I got a lot of hope. So there you go. Those are my thoughts before we start the video game today. Adrian Parker says, good morning, Ox. Hope all is well with you. Everything is well with me, and I am so thrilled to have each and every one of you on the program today. Big Baby Zubas says, hey, Oxy, can't wait for the Outer Worlds on Steam. It looks fun. It's a lot of fun. I've been enjoying the snot out of this game. Rachel says, pour out one for us PS4 Fallout players, maybe Xbox PC exclusives from now on. Yeah, that's something I didn't even mention. Sorry, I wasn't paying enough attention to my PlayStation friends out there. I haven't played the PlayStation in a very, very long time. I don't know what to tell you there. I mean, will it? I don't know what to tell you there. That's kind of like, will it come out for the PlayStation? I don't know. And then again, we don't know the terms of the agreement. It could be anything. Big Baby Zubas says, I'm glad about the Microsoft buyout. Fallout 5 Detroit. You're looking forward for a Fallout 5 Detroit? Maybe. Who knows? Maybe that's where the TV show is going to be set, right? We don't know for sure. Vladimir says, hi, Ox. I'm glad I'm not too late for the surprise on-time stream. It's been tough lately. It's been a very difficult pandemic for me, ladies and gentlemen, what with school starting and everything. But here I am. I was almost on time. I think I was like 4 minutes late, but here we are. Barely on time. Sarge says, and Xbox Game Pass for PC is a thing too. That's right. That's true. So I don't think PC players are going to be left in the dust. The new guy says, hi, Ox, did you know that Remedy announced that they're working on a new game that ties both Alan Wake and the Control universes? No, I didn't know that. Oh, you're going to have to tweet me a link to that announcement because that's awesome. That's the kind of stuff I love to hear. World building. I love it. Now I'm going to have to check that out. Thank you. Cole McLean says Fallout New Vegas 2 confirmed. God willing, Ox. P.S. I just saw the man underneath your desk. I'll see his face one of these days. The man underneath my desk is. Did you see a reflection of the man hiding under my desk? Well, I hope he's not too scary. Alt Grendel says, I don't think they will exclude other platforms. That would leave money on the table. Most corporations don't like that. Right, yeah. I guess my big concern is the delay. The purpose of owning a gaming company is to drive people to buy your hardware, right? Now, there will come a point where nobody's going to be buying hardware to play a 2-year-old game. So, at that point, you make more money by opening up the game to other platforms, which is why exclusives tend to be timed. They tend to be limited. My concern is time frame. I don't want to wait a year to play a game that comes out on the Xbox or the PlayStation. And, I don't want to, this is what's been going on with like Horizon Zero Dawn. The reason I'm covering Horizon Zero Dawn now is because up until a month ago, it was a PlayStation exclusive. And it's been that way for several of the games that I've been covering on this channel. And that kind of stuff bums me out. Julian Z says, Ox, did you see the tweet Obsidian sent out when asked this question? It's simple, but leaves a lot to interpretation. Ox, look it up. No, I did see that tweet. And I think if I was an Obsidian social media guy right now, I'd probably, if I was in charge of Obsidian's social media, I'd probably be upset with whomever sent that tweet out. Because you're right. It's leading to a lot of speculation, and I don't think that was their intention. So for those who wonder, somebody basically sent a tweet to Obsidian saying, does this mean you're going to work on Fallout New Vegas too? And they replied with an emoji, or actually it was ASCII art going like that, right? And I think that we need to interpret that literally. They literally don't know why. Like that's it. I mean, anything could happen. Who knows? But there are many people in the blogosphere and the YouTube sphere who are going, "Oh my gosh, that means they're gonna do it. It's happening now. It's possible." No, we really don't know. Just I think with this, anything could happen. There's probably no plans. This probably came as a big surprise to all of them as well. You know, I've worked at several multi-million-dollar companies and startups that got acquired, and news about acquisitions like this is always kept hush, 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 even within the company, even within different branches of the company until like a day before or a couple of hours before the big announcement so that it doesn't get leaked to the press. So they probably had no idea this was happening up until just now. There are probably people at Bethesda who had no idea this was happening except for executive leadership, right? People who had to have announcements prepared. So I wouldn't read too much into that one tweet, guys, is all I'm saying. Dylan Barker says, I love watching your videos, and I'm glad that I can finally see a live stream in person. Well, I'm glad you made it. And here we are. I need to start the game, but you know, when news breaks, we got to talk about the news. Anonymous with a tip. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Vladimir says a lot of replayability in Fallout New Vegas, a lot of hard choices. Can't say this about Fallout 3, which is story is straight as a rail. When you compare the two, that's right. I mean, you can't side with the Enclave, really. Your choices are much more limited, and that's true. But replayability is still there for Fallout 3 for completely different reasons. Not for factions you can side with and storyline moments, but for what happens in the world around you and what you discover while exploring the world around you. That's what kind of made Fallout 3 the phenomena that it was. It wasn't the flexibility of the storyline, it was the flexibility of the world. It wasn't the replayability of the storyline, it was the replayability of the world that you got to explore. Christopher Lowe says, Chris Avallone wrote Fallout New Vegas but left Obsidian. Chris Avallone did leave Obsidian, but there are many people like Joshua Sawyer, for example, who directed Fallout New Vegas, who is still at Obsidian. So while some of the talent has left Obsidian, there are some people still in place. And there were many more writers besides Chris Avallone. It wasn't just Chris Avallone. Justin says, hope they still sell games to PS4 and PS5 owners. Well, we'll see. Eric the Red says, if the Metacritic score is that important, what does it mean for the future of Fallout 76? It's currently sitting at 52 Metacritic score. Well, Metacritic scores really don't change, and the future of Fallout 76 is that it's an online multiplayer game. Its future is in the community that rallies around the game and continues to play it and continues to do the microtransactions. That's the future of Fallout 76. So it's a very different thing when it comes to online games, because the one score a game gets when it publishes doesn't really define an online game, which is constantly evolving and constantly changing, which is not the same as a game like Fallout 4, which is published, has a couple of DLCs, and that's it. With Fallout 76, it's published, then the entire game changes with Wastelanders, and then the entire game changes again with like an upcoming update. So for games like that, Metacritic score less interesting. Justin Flory says, sounds like ZeniMax got dismantled in this deal, Ox. I wouldn't be surprised. It was a startup that, appeared right around the time Morrowind came out, which is why they partnered with Bethesda. And yeah, I think you're probably right, but I don't know a lot about that. Damon Day says, absolutely love your content, sir. I especially love your Fallout lore videos. Cheers. Thank you very much. Many more to come. Milos says, make keyboard and mouse for console. Yeah, but then I got to buy a new piece of hardware, and I like this computer I built for myself. I want to play on my PC. I don't want to play on a console. Jason says, my tiny little man hands feel threatened. Well, you know, I've got tiny man hands too. Like us tiny man hand people need keyboards instead of controllers. And I suppose the same is true for fat-handed people, I guess. Grievous Reborn says, doubt there will be a delay. Gears 5, an Xbox exclusive game, came to PC and Xbox same day with Grounded. Okay, well, that's great news, and I hope it continues to be that way. Milos says, Microsoft bought Mojang, and Minecraft is not an exclusive game. It is even ported for Nintendo in its Bedrock Edition. So I guess our PlayStation friends can keep their hopes up, and I hope that's true as well. AC says, hey, Oxhorn, you're the best lore hunter out there. Hopefully they make a new Fallout, but I'd love to explore more vaults. By the way, can you say end of dungeon steamer trunk? And there you go, end of dungeon steamer trunk. Cole says, remember the guy that's pulling your strings at your old house? Are you talking about Tom? Like hippie neighbor Tom? My old hippie neighbor? I guess I'm forgetting that reference, Cole. Welcome new member, Luna. And Wastelander Serona says Obsidian said something about Fallout New Vegas 2 on Twitter. No, they really didn't. See, this is the problem. That social media person's probably going to get dinged for this because they didn't say anything about Fallout New Vegas on Twitter. Somebody else on Twitter asked them about Fallout New Vegas 2, and they simply responded with, I don't know. And now everyone's going to go, oh my God, Fallout New Vegas. There are going to be 50,000 videos on Fallout New Vegas 2, and their only reference is going to be this tweet, right? I predict it now. All of your big Fallout channels are going to be like, you won't believe what Obsidian just announced regarding Fallout New Vegas on Twitter. And it's going to be just a reference to this one tweet. That's the video. But clickbait, hey, we're here to make money. The Courier says there is major stream lag. And yet I'm not seeing it from my end. Let me play a live replay real quick. Yeah, I'm not seeing it from my end. I believe you, though. Ooh, I underestimated about how full that was. And I just spilled that all the way down my shirt, didn't I? That's okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I just watched myself wipe coffee off my shirt in real time. So I think the lag is, it must have been temporary. I'm just glad they didn't sell to EA, says Joey. I mean, I think there are many people who are very glad that they didn't sell to EA. Lag is gone, says Jack. All right, great news. Well, there you go. That's the news of the day. Pretty exciting. News right there. And also a little scary, but you know what? I'm going to hope for the best. Now, let's get the Outer Worlds fired up because we came here to play a game. And while that's firing up, I'm going to light this thing on fire. I don't want to set my cigar on fire. Yes, I do. Apocalypse Eternal says, I hear Fallout New Vegas 2 is in the making. True? Oh, this is going to be my day now. This is just my day. I'm going to have to douse the flames of this rumor now. No, it's not true. It's not true. This is going to be my entire day. No, no, Apocalypse Eternal. Obsidian just went like this on Twitter when asked about Fallout New Vegas 2. It's not in the works. Oh man, the next rumor is going to be, Oxhorn, I heard that Fallout New Vegas 2 is 50% of the way through production with a publication date for Christmas 2020. Is this true, Oxhorn? No. Calm down, everybody. Brian Isaac says, so will they tie in Vault Tech to Outer Worlds due to the Vault Tech Beyond the Stars? Probably not. Probably not. But interesting thought. I mean, there is the vault tech beyond the stars, and we know that the Outer Worlds lore is that the original colonists came from Earth. So, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Okay. So, when we last left off, we had gotten the password to the Chem lab. We are in the Chem lab, but I ran out of time halfway through exploring the Chem lab, so we had to dash off. But now I'm back. We're with Parvati and Sam. Why are we with Parvati? Lockpicking. That's right. I was going to bring Max and Sam. Now we got Parvati and Sam. We're going to finish exploring the Chem lab and go from there.
Refilling water tanks with internal condensers.
All right, people talking about the lag. I haven't changed any of my settings, and I'm not getting any hitches or interruptions on my end, so that's really weird. I don't know what to tell you. Brett Bus says, "Hi, Ox. Sorry for being late, but how do you like that there is no bars to Fallout New Vegas 2 happening now?" Yeah, I talked about this at the beginning of the program, and I feel like I'm probably going to be talking about it for the rest of the program as well. But there's no barriers to a Fallout New Vegas 2. That's accurate. What'll happen? Who knows? I'm excited. Train operator says, should there be a New Vegas 2? I'm hoping we get to see the Legion led by Legate Lanius. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think Legate Lanius would lead the Legion for very long. I don't think the Legion would last for very long with Lanius in charge. I think the Legion, as Joshua Graham says, dies with Caesar. And since we clearly can't have Caesar in a New Vegas 2, because his fate is based on the choices of the Courier, I'm pretty sure a New Vegas 2 would have Caesar dead, but I want it to take place like long after, like maybe 10 years after the events of Fallout New Vegas 2, and maybe with different factions, right? That's what I would like. Sinistral Tiger says, channels. Oxhorn says, Fallout New Vegas 2, Xmas 2020. Oh, that's going to be it. Influential YouTube streamer claims Fallout New Vegas 2 available Christmas 2020. Oh, man. I'd be done.
Unit's middle name. Congratulations, customer. Your SAM unit is performing at peak capacity.
I missed Sam so much. I can't believe I waited this long to have Sam in the party. Good to have you back, Sam. Ooh, human bones. What happened here? Probably got eaten by a bunch of primals.
What was Mr. Lowe doing with all these primals?
He was injecting them with a wonder chem. We already got that far, Parvati. Where were you?
Body bag required.
Parvati!
Crew member requires exit. Resuming passive mode.
Oh, Parvati, my bad. There we go. Primal's cleared. Wow, take a look at this mining machine. Ooh. Oh, can we get up there? Oh no, we can't get up there. Well, there's another hole there too. Looks like there's nothing back there, because the map doesn't go in there. Oh! Nope, I can't get back there. Bummer. But I can get back up here. Hello, Tremor Cleaver Hyper. Tremor Cleaver Hyper. Let's take a look at that. No, it's awful. Keith on YouTube says, my dream outcome. More funding for Skyrim and Fallout, a project timeline updated to include new Fallout game, and or an opportunity for Obsidian to share lessons from making Outer Worlds with Bethesda for a Fallout 5, a New Vegas 2, or a New Vegas remake. I expect none of this. Jeez. Oh man, Keith, so pessimistic, my friend. I expect none of this, he says. Well, yeah, I wouldn't expect all of that, but I think we can expect collaboration, at least. I think we can expect some collaboration. Will it be on a New Vegas 2? I don't know. I don't know. I definitely want a new Fallout game on the West Coast. I would love that. And I don't want Bethesda to make that game, right? I think that Bethesda, and I don't know this for sure, but I do think that Bethesda consciously moved their Fallout to the East Coast to respect what Interplay did on the West Coast. And I think Obsidian consciously set New Vegas back on the West Coast because they inherited the story from Interplay to continue on the West Coast, which is why New Vegas makes more references to the events of the original Fallout and Fallout 2 than any of the East Coast Fallout games. So what I would love is for Bethesda to continue to make the East Coast Fallout games, and maybe now they could work with Obsidian to continue a West Coast version of the storyline for the Fallout universe. That's what I would love to see. I think that'd be great. Okay, now back to the game I'm actually playing now. Talking about games I would love to play. Now there is a ledge up there. Could I parkour my way up there without? No, probably not. A big pool of acid there. Joda says Half-Life 3 confirmed. I missed that news if that's true. Taz says Microsoft has its Xbox PC store and Game Pass, which has many games on it for the monthly fee, including putting brand new games on it fairly quickly. Well, I hope that maybe that's one of the ways they could make sure PC gamers get access to console exclusives more quickly. I'm hoping that's the case. That was far more painful than I had hoped it would be. Ouch! Oh, and of course I have to reload. Thank you, Sam. Sam knocks him out. John Vien says, my brother Andrew recently graduated from UC Santa Cruz as a video game designer. If he would to design a game, what would you want in a game? Keep up gaming. Sincerely, John. Miyagi's Auto Detailing. Well, shout out to Miyagi's Auto Detailing. Well, I mean, the cool thing about being a game developer and a game designer, especially in this world where you can make your own game as a one-person team using something like Unity and then publish it onto Steam, is that you can do whatever you want. And so my advice would just be to find something that he's passionate about and then focus all his time and energy on that. Only a game that he's passionate about will get him through the years of grueling, excruciating, mind-numbing amount of work that it would take to do everything necessary to make his own game. Now, if instead he works for a development house, then he won't have to do absolutely everything like he would have to do if he was making it himself, which would make things a little easier and you'd probably get it shipped faster. But in terms of a game style, I mean, you know me, I like my RPG games. Not big on, I mean, multiplayer games are alright, but I like first-person RPGs. I really do. Okay, we've got a couple of doors here. We've got this door, which I just passed, this elevator, which I just passed, and the quest destination is sending us here. So that's exit. This must lead to the lower level, which is why it's sealed. Okay. Let's go to the quest marker. That'll show us where to go next. Lawrence Corner says, I would love to see Fallout Scotland. That would be exciting.
Mr. Lowe was awfully messy, wasn't he?
Head chemist. Joda says, sorry, no Half-Life 3. Just one of the longest running gags over the last 16 years. Damn, I feel old. Right, but we got Half-Life Alex.
Night falls on Gorgon. Though I suppose it's always dark here in the void. The lab is empty, and I am at last alone. I'm preoccupied with thoughts of the single-celled xenocytes that make their home here on this rock. These primordial creatures persist despite the hostility of their surroundings. No, they require adversity to thrive. Perhaps that's why our bodies react to theirs. There is a harmony in us. The law didn't craft us for the void, yet we scrabble across its cold worlds, building, persisting, as the xenocytes do. We live. Against all odds, we live. But for how long?
Is she telling us that adrenatime is made with single-celled organism mined from this asteroid? And is it they who turn people crazy? Ooh. I am intrigued.
Heads down.
What will we find? What's that?
You survived. You're remarkably intent on scuttling my every plan to end you. How inconsiderate. Especially after I've gone to so much effort to see Gorgon rest in peace. It's a good thing, then, that I finally figured out what you're after. I'll see you soon, little weasel.
This
I mean,
is
all you had to
sick.
do was ask.
I can't bear it any longer.
We've told practically everyone we've found that we're trying to find Ambrose's, or Olivia's diary. Brett Boss says, I think people have forgotten that the maker of the Wasteland series is owned by Microsoft too. So the Fallout past, present, future, and its alternate timeline is all owned by Xbox. In Exile is owned by Microsoft? That's something I didn't know. Pretty cool. Terminal access, welcome Jasper Lowe. Let's go to messages first. Clell Big says, yes, all three are owned by Microsoft. Phil must be a Fallout fan. Maybe. All right, incoming messages. In the first one from Olivia Ambrose to the Chem Lab, subject updated security practices high priority. Pursuant to last week's incident, new security practices are now in effect. All lab personnel must tidy their workstations at the end of their shift, close and lock all drawers, safes, closets, vents, and lab doors before leaving for the day. All visitors must be accompanied. Furthermore, any laboratory tech accompanying a guest who has not received certification in either self-defense or hand-to-hand combat must also be accompanied by a member of the security team. All confidential information must remain as such. Do not discuss the nature of your work outside or inside the lab, except to warn peers of imminent danger, such as fire, chemical spill, or suspected corporate espionage. All laboratory techs are to isolate themselves until further notice. Any laboratory tech found fraternizing in groups of 2 or more, or found speaking with the same person more than once, will be remanded to Spacer's Choice's Human Resource Re-education and Reallocation Department. Finally, unless you were actually physically sitting in an interview session pre-approved by me, do not speak to the doggone journalists. Dr. Olivia Ambrose, Project Director. In the next one, from Olivia Ambrose to Jasper Lowe, subject AT concerns, adrenatime concerns. Jasper, I dug into the volunteer data Marion sent over. You were right. The current formulation is resulting in alarming outcomes, even by Spacer's Choices standards. Priantha and I performed a handful of autopsies on this week's deceased and made a few notable observations. In one case, that of a young man in his early 20s. We noted a degree of gray matter loss one would expect to see in a man of 70. His brain had also atrophied to a shocking extent, again, as one might expect in a much older man. In another case, that of a woman in middle age, the subject was no longer able to achieve natural sleep. After 11 consecutive days of wakefulness, she was no longer able to distinguish her violent hallucinations from reality. Yet even as she spiraled, she demanded additional injections. I was sure our last tweak would reduce the incidence of violence among the volunteer population. We might attempt to further refine the compound through partitioning, though I'm doubtful that will be efficacious. Violence aside, I'm growing increasingly concerned by the habit-forming nature of the compound. What do you think, Ollie? And in the next one, from Olivia Ambrose to the Chem Lab, subject monthly physicals, high priority. The materials we work with are dangerous and will result in permanent injury, disfigurement, or madness when handled for extended periods. Therefore, all laboratory personnel will now report to the project physician, Dr. Priantha LeBlanc, for monthly physicals and psychiatric evaluations. I do this out of an abundance of caution. Schedule your first appointment immediately and notify me when you do. I have access to your medical records. Wow, okay. So I will know when you shirk. Do not make me drag you to this office myself. All right, then we can return to the root and go to admin functions. The man from Vault 69 says, "Hi Ox, no spoiler, but for the good end, you will need Persuade of 150, Inspiration of 60, and Intimidate of 40. Oh God. All right, thank you for that. And then Anthony says, Ox, did you hear that Microsoft bought Bethesda and ZeniMax in full? Bethesda and Obsidian are now sister companies. I did hear. It's amazing news, and I talked about it earlier on the broadcast. Jason says, your ability to censor language on the fly is really impressive. I know I certainly couldn't pull off what you manage, and with such eloquence. Yes, it's almost as if I was born for this job. All right, in the first one, override synthesis and manufactory center lockdown. Done. Then we can go to synthesis and manufactory center status. The factory is open. Alert, executive lockdown has been overridden. And that's it.
Since we've been traveling together, we've visited a lot of places that set my teeth on edge. This here makes my skin crawl.
You remember the guy who was running it, right?
Mr. Lowe was in pain, Captain, and this place is what hurt him. He may be smart, but he didn't build it alone. A lot of fancy people had a hand in this nightmare. The folks down here dedicated their lives to fixing Halcyon. They were supposed to be the company's best and brightest. How'd they lose their way?
Let's see. They were pushed to do the impossible by people who weren't accountable. Accurate. You said it. This is Spacer's Choice best and brightest we're talking about. Things probably didn't start out this way. This place is a wreck. Who cares how it happened? Let's do number one.
That might have been enough for me back in Edgewater. But after all we've seen of Halcyon? Captain, someone should have said no. I get now why Miss Ambrose would want to clear her mom's name. If the folks responsible for Edgewater's woes tried to blame him on my dad, I couldn't have let it stand.
As long as she shows her gratitude in bits. Let's get the journal before we jump to conclusions. Right. Hey, okay. So that's the storage key, which means it's a shortcut. Remember, we got the storage key by passing a dialogue check with Jasper Lowe, which should lead us... Oh, wait.
I'd have hoped a smart fellow like Mr. Lowe would know better than to test his super drug on primals.
Quick save.
will leave it today.
All right? Look out, Cap. You're hurt.
Nasty. Pick up Jasper Lowe's research notes. Initial research into primal neurochemistry has proven fruitful. I've discovered a cardiac cell receptor for adrenaline analogous to human cell receptors in function, if not in physiology. It should be possible to develop a pharmaceutical drug that blocks the effect of the adrenaline hormone in primals, thus curtailing the paranoia, agitation, and violent irritability. Correction, it is possible, just unlikely, given the way OCI has me under thumb screws. Adrenatime is a dangerous drug. The danger can be mitigated by developing an adrenaline inhibitor. Take adrenatime, then take this theoretical drug to minimize its side effects. I barely have the time, energy, or resources to develop a half-passable adrenatime, so this idea must remain a dream. Nonetheless, my notes follow. Hope springs eternal. Aqua Regia, the Water King. One-handed melee does burn damage and corrosion damage. So why the Water King? 758. Well, nope, hers is better, and he's good to go. Apocalypse Eternal says, time for a dad joke. I started a business selling landmines. Landmines disguised as prayer mats. Profits have been going through the roof. A little dark. A little dark. So we found his notes. I wonder if we can use them to synthesize something like an antidote. And that's the way we came. And that's how they got out of the cages, it looks like. Okay, so this isn't a shortcut as I thought. It just leads to his lab. Melina Richards says Microsoft has bought Fallout creator Bethesda for $7.5 billion. Good thing or bad thing, Oxhorn? Oh, well, I went over this earlier in the broadcast, but it's neither really. It has the potential to be very good, and it has some potential negatives as well. But overall, I'd say that more resources for the company and their new ability to partner with siblings like Obsidian and In Exile, I guess, allows them more creative freedom. And I think that's a good thing.
Gonna be a relief to see the stars again. This cave's making me all jumpy.
That goes outside. Well, then where does the elevator go? Security. Huh. go. Oh, this is the shortcut. Oh, yeah. It's the other side of that. Yep, that's where we came from. So this puts us on the other side of it. Well, at least we get a loot up.
Great work.
Muting volume now.
Let's repair all. All right, good to go. Oh, I'm glad I came. More lore. Compound Harvesting, Enrichment, and Molecularization Laboratories. That's what Chem stands for. Security Office Status. Alert. Security Office Status. Access restricted. Administrator's notice. All password protection has been disabled by order of Lawrence Goodfellow. Privacy is a privilege and must be earned. We can lift the access restriction. Access granted. Administrator's notice. Operating a security terminal is a privilege. Oh, and then we could pass a hack 65 to disable automechanical security protocol. Okay. Here we go. Disable. Can return to root. And automechanical status. Protocol disabled. And 3 messages. From S. Tanaka to Jasper Lowe. Subject, please explain. Dr. Lowe, I'm going to have to take the researcher's side on this one. Your absence during an emergency is conspicuous. I don't want to report you because I don't want corporate auditors scheduling interviews with the entire staff while they're trying to meet deadline. The unplanned sabotage event already halted experimentation and development. We are trying to get our operations running again, and we could use all the help we can get. I'm already down 1 staff member. Saint Germain's gone. You know why. You owe this team an explanation to any number of grievances. Your absence is the most urgent one, but I'll take an explanation as to why there are primals being held in the caverns near our waste disposal site. They're your primals, aren't they? In the next one, from J. Lo to S. Tanaka, subject please explain. Mr. Tanaka, no, I can't explain the primals. Primals defy explanation. They are a miracle of evolutionary adaptation and a treasure trove of interesting genetic material. I'm not going to explain my alleged absence either. This is because I am not absent at all. My presence is implicit in the work of my researchers. Wow, this guy. The researchers still employed in this department are skilled and more than capable of repairing any damage done by the alleged saboteur. Please don't bother me again with trivial problems. You are the security chief. Stick to securing things, including but not limited to the safety of the lab and my privacy. Warm regards and pleasant felicitations, Dr. Jasper Lowe. In the next one, resignation. From S. Tanaka to Jasper Lowe, subject resignation. Dr. Lowe, I've just finished filing my official report on the unplanned sabotage event. Unfortunately, filing a report on a sabotage event requires me to also include a list of captured, apprehended, and neutralized saboteurs. Company policy. No list means I'm getting arrested for dereliction of duty, and you're getting penalized for hiring me. Saboteurs is plural. I can't include Mr. St. Germain's name and be done with it. As a last resort, I've been forced to include the names of all former employees whose contracts were recently terminated in the decimation. These researchers are no longer part of Project Gorgon and will likely not survive without a job, so I may as well use their names to save our jobs. I filed my report last night and haven't been able to sleep since. This is to let you know that I will be filing for transfer at the end of next cycle. So Mr. Saint Germain was the saboteur. Germain. Was that the person who was fired, who worked at H&I, the H&I lab? Mr. Saint Germain, the lab assistant for Dr. Lowe. Yeah, the assistant of Dr. Lowe. He was the saboteur, and if that's the case, then it was as we suspected, because he was so hurt after being fired by Spacer's Choice. Remember, they did the Roman ritual of firing 1 in 10 workers, and he happened to be fired. So he was the saboteur, and then the security chief blamed not only him but everyone who was fired. Wow. No wonder he quit. Oh! Oh! Sam, calm down. I didn't even notice this. I fell down without even noticing it. But we didn't finish looting up there. Oh, I got to take the elevator again. Ryan to Gamer says there's a lot of PC exclusives I want to play on my PlayStation 4. I wish Steam was on the PS4. Maybe one day. Here's hoping I get to play SCP one day. Well, that would be wonderful. Okay, and that's it, actually. Wait. No. Okay. Okay, and so we're back here. And we explored back here already. So, where does that send us? Now, wait a minute. Wasn't there... Oh, that was the... what about... the electric fling? Retrieve the phonograph in the Chem Lab storage room. I missed something. It's still there. Oh, I gotta go get it. Be right back. Oh, wait, we went to the storage room, didn't we? Oh, it's far away, too. Must have been on that first lab, or the first floor of the cave. I wonder if I could have looted it without the quest action. Because I explored that level really well. But we disabled security, so we can head that way now. Did I miss? Did I miss this entire room? I guess I did.
Rosco, it's Georgie. If you're hearing this, you must still be holed up at the Sprat Shack. And you're not gonna like this one bit. I was trying to steal our recordings when things went crazy. I know. Like I said, sorry. And I'm gonna be in a heap of trouble if I don't get them, so if you want to save my bacon, you need to do it for me. I need the 3 interviews we did with Ambrose, this one here, plus another recording of my own. I left that last one with a guy who owed me a favor at the garbage processing office in the chemical waste ravine. I'll leave an automech near Stellar Freighting. It'll want all 5 recordings, plus a passphrase. Glacial Age. Oh, and don't listen to my log, all right? Just stay safe and keep your head down.
Well, Glacial Age, eh? Ah. Engineering plus 5. Really? Wow. I even have Parvati with me. I should have Felix. Oh well. Okay, let's turn this one in. We read this, right? Yeah. Let's turn this one in. All right, so we have two options to complete this quest. We can return them all to Rosco at the Sprat Shack, or we can deliver them to the automech near Stellar Freighting. Well, I wonder what happens if we do both. All right, let's try. I guess I don't understand the implications of both of these choices. So let's go here first. Wait, I cleared everything. Hostiles. I cleared all hostiles. Come on.
Alert! 5:30! Clean up the competition! For the job.
Nasty guys. Oh, those were nasty guys. All right, well, now I can fast travel, right? Yeah. Change your gear back, says Sans. Oh, was I not in my gear? Yeah. Good call. Thank you for that. All right, let's do a hard save here. Let's find out what happens if we send it to Rosco. Then let's find out what happens if we put it on the auto-mechanical. Fonzie the Capybara says, Oxhorn, do the robot first, but quick save before you hand them over. You can't hand them over twice. Also speak to the robot, but do not hand them over. Then you get more speech with the reporter. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, quick save.
This unit is currently in wait cycle. This unit has been loaded with a pre-recorded personal message. Confirm passphrase before proceeding.
Glacial age. The passphrase is, ah! The passphrase is cider and cheese. How about please? We did all of these previously, so let's do glacial age.
Initiating clandestine operations mode. Greetings, interloper. Identity confirmed. Greetings, Clanton, Rosco. Preparing message playback.
Rosco, hey, it's Georgie. I've set up this automech to receive phonograph recordings from you. Once you hand them all over, that'll be the end of all this. You're a real smart fella, so you probably figured it out by now, but I don't work for Spacer's Choice. Never did. Telling you's only gonna put you in harm's way, but you'll never let it lie, so I've been working for Auntie Cleo's. I know this isn't, well, it's not what either of us wanted, is it? It's not what I wanted anyway.
They fell in love.
I just wanted to say, fuck, listen, I liked you. I liked you a lot. I know sorry doesn't cut it, so thank you. I miss you. I hope you're okay.
This unit is now prepared to ingest cylinder recordings, deposit recordings, and dispense payment now.
When were you last active?
Processing. This unit was last activated 1,836 days ago. This unit is now prepared to ingest cylinder recordings, deposit recordings, and dispense payment now.
Who do you belong to?
This unit is an anti-class automechanical equipped with a corporate espionage protocol, registered to operative. Error. This unit is now prepared to ingest cylinder recordings, deposit recordings, and dispense payment now.
So it's, do we keep her secret safe that she's been lying to Rosco this entire time, that she's been really working with Auntie Cleo, or do we give them to Rosco so that he can complete the terms of his contract? I mean, they both loved each other. Hold on. Now I'm saving these for a special occasion.
Engaging disappointment protocol momentarily. This unit expected better of you, operative. Goodbye.
Oh, that's hilarious. Can we talk to him again?
This unit is now prepared to deposit
Yeah.
Engaging this unit.
Okay, so we can give them to him later. So thank you for the heads up that I had an option to talk to him before making my choice. Let's find out what happens. Well, first let's find out what happens if we give them to the robot. Then let's find out what happens if we give them to Rosco.
This unit depart. Cylinders received. Operative Win. Georgina. Contacted for pickup. Dispensing payment. Locking portable phonographs in internal storage safe. This unit will enter wait cycle momentarily. Have a better than natural day, Operative.
Okay, so we get anti-Cleo reputation. We get some winterized op armor, wilderness ops armor. Skill bonus block +5, factory stock armor plating, skeletal muscular adrenostimulator, nightingale step, volume of footsteps 25%, negative 25%, radius of footstep sounds negative 25%. Wow, that's pretty cool. In order to severely reduce the noise output from movement while wearing this armor, the joints were replaced with near-silent actuators, and the soles of the boots have unique padding. Unfortunately, this greatly reduces the durability of the armor, making it too expensive to regularly maintain. Let's see if there are any new dialogue options we unlock with him. Then we'll reload our save and see what happens if we give the information directly to him. DeAndre says Microsoft has just been purchased, or Bethesda has just been purchased by Microsoft. Yes, we talked about that earlier in the broadcast. Quite a day. Lots of news today. Or actually not a lot of news, but impressive news today. Okay, let's see what can I find this guy again? Where was he? Upstairs, I think.
I heard a rumor the board is gonna shut this place down.
That'll never happen.
In here, somewhere in here. Captain Bowen Babbage. Captain Babbage.
I'll have you know I'm ashamed by this whole affair.
Oh, yeah.
We're all friends here, even when we ain't.
There he is.
Hey, there you are. Been wondering how you were doing. Did you manage to find those recordings?
Can I ask you something?
Sure, I'm an open book.
What's the deal with Lucky Montoya?
Nice enough guy. Fashioned himself one of those professional gumshoes, like in the serials. They usually work for the board, rooting out dissidents and the like. Lucky, though, he was freelance. Worked for anyone who paid, no matter their allegiance. You ask me, I think the guy just likes snooping around in folks' terminal messages.
Lex sent me his arm in the mail. Did she tell you that?
No, but I'd wager Lex does a lot of weird shit she doesn't tell anyone about. That's the sublight way. Gotta say, though, mailing a stranger some dead guy's arm probably tops the list. At least I'd hope so.
What was Gorgon like in its heyday?
Frenetic, chaotic, vicious, take your pick. I wasn't here at the start, but going off what folks told me about the early days, Gorgon started out with promise. The board's best and brightest were excited to work here, said it was a good posting. The project director had a vision and big, bold ideas.
Their best and brightest sure got a lot of people killed.
As long as the board gets their bits, that's just the cost of doing business. Thing is, the schedules coming out of the corporate office were unrealistic from the get-go, and they were trying to do the project on a shoestring budget. Couple that with the obvious personnel problems and toxic junk in the product, it was only a matter of time before it all went to hell.
Was that when the Marauders appeared?
Could have been, yeah. Marauders didn't just fall out of the sky one day. They were made here on Gorgon. How, though? That's the question. Sprat Shack legend has it they crawled out of the mines one day. Heard one fella suggest they might even be aliens.
Turns out they're a bit of both. But you know different.
I think the drug they were developing here turned people into marauders. Not on purpose, mind, but over time. Marauderhood's not the flu. It ain't contagious and they don't reproduce. So how else would they get all over the colony?
Seems a little far-fetched, don't it? Spacer's choice, just letting that happen to the folks they're meant to keep safe?
I don't have proof, mind. It's just a hunch.
Oh, we have proof now. Gorgon's a ruin now. What sent it over the edge?
Shit, any number of things. Fire, primals, sabotage. It didn't happen all at once, but it happened fast enough folks couldn't respond in time. Now, if you're asking how it all kicked off, might have been spies that did it. Corporate espionage, you know, anti-Cleos. I never did figure it out. Not about to try now.
You must have talked to a lot of the staff here. What were they working on?
Adrenatime. I'm sure you know it. Was a drug, something to make folks work harder, work smarter. Had a lot of nasty side effects. Didn't seem so bad to me at the time, but then I hadn't met the test subjects yet. The whole thing was real hush-hush. A lot of worry about corporate spies, especially from anti-Cleos. I probably shouldn't even be mentioning it to you, to be honest. Spacer's choice? They're really not fond of spies.
Well, then they won't like this news we have. Who is?
Fair point. Not even spies like spies.
What do you know about the senior researchers?
Not much, except that there was a whole gaggle of them, and so far as I could tell, they absolutely hated each other. Dr. Ambrose would hardly let me speak to any of them, but she complained about him all the time.
What did she complain about?
Everything, seemed like. Marion Blakesley, for example, lady who ran HIA, wouldn't return any of her messages. Not once, for years.
Wow.
Jasper Lowe, guy who headed up Chem, was high more than he was sober. He insisted on running special tests on primals, too. Law knows what for.
Anyone else?
Dr. Ambrose really had it out for this guy Lawrence Goodfellow. Ran OCI. Would lose his shit if he saw red on a schedule. By the end, I heard folks were turning in completely bunk progress reports just to keep him out of their hair. Had this little minion, too. An actuary named Clarence Mosley. Obsessed with quantifying every detail of his sad little life. Mosley was the guy who got me mixed up in all this. Asshole. I hope a primal ate him.
We gave him his eye back. So there was tension between the researchers?
Oh yeah, it wasn't just that Dr. Ambrose hated them. They seemed to hate each other too. OCI pushed a ludicrous schedule. Chem made a bad product, and HIA returned garbage results. A regular merry-go-round of shit flying in every direction. It's no surprise it all fell apart.
I know you're half jesting, mister, but it's even worse than you say.
My editor said my prose was too purple, and here I could have gone vermilion.
Never mind.
Not a problem. Anything else?
Okay, the $1 million option. Let's see. The thing is, I gave them to someone else.
Who could you have possibly given them to?
Ooh. Persuade of 150. We could intimidate, but I kind of want to know what happens if we say that I sent them to Georgie.
My assistant? Why would she want... Wait, Georgie? She's alive? She's been alive all this time?
We could say she was a spy. Was there something going on between you and Georgie?
No, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it seemed like there could be, when we were servicing the phonographs, or sharing a beer, but who'd be interested in some forgotten old bastard like me?
We could charm him? I can see the... Unbelievable! You were her boss! Ooh, let's rub that in.
No shit, that's why I never brought it up with her. Wouldn't have been right.
Yeah, exactly.
And anyway, unauthorized fraternization between employees is illegal. But that's all you need to know about my dire love life, I think. Any other horrible truths you want to reveal to me? Or can I get back to my drinking?
Did you know that Georgie was interviewing Olivia Ambrose on her own?
She couldn't have been. We were together all the time. Except, oh shit, my weekly calls with headquarters. What could she even want to ask Olivia Ambrose about? Doesn't make sense.
Production, details, ratios, measurements, ingredients, that kind of thing.
Good fucking law. Headquarters would kill me if they knew. Right after they killed her. Hell, being stuck here might have been the only thing keeping me alive.
Georgie was a spy for Auntie Cleo's, Rosco.
No. No way. That's bullshit. It's impossible. I knew her for years. Shit, I hired her. Well, I approved her hiring, but... Nah, there's no way. You're gonna have to try harder if you want to trick old Rosco. I'm not some gullible kid fresh out of corporate boarding school.
We could pass a perception check. You protest a lot for a guy who says he's certain.
What is this, a trial? I don't have to defend myself to you, Your Honor. We shared a tiny room in this shipping depot for years, so I'd say I knew her pretty fucking well, considering. I certainly knew her better than you. I mean, sure, she was sort of secretive. Always made me do the weekly call with headquarters so she could have some time to write to her sister. But there's nothing weird about that. Lots of people have sisters.
What was her sister's name?
Ellen. No, wait. Elena? She had two sisters. Got their names mixed up sometimes.
Oh. We can pass a persuade check of 40 to say, come on. How well did you really know her?
We shared a tiny room in this shipping depot for years, so I'd say I knew her pretty fucking well, considering. I certainly knew her better than you.
So we go through the same dialogue.
So what if she was a spy, huh? What then? Who cares? I'm not talking about this anymore. Just let it lie. Was there something else you wanted? Or can I get back to my drinking? Listen, I appreciate you telling me what happened with those recordings, but without them, I'm not getting off this rock anytime soon. I need some time to think. Got a lot to process.
Are you gonna go looking for Georgie?
I don't know. Fuck. What if she's in danger? What if I'm in danger from her?
Not a lot of good options here. Whatever you do, be careful.
Sure, yeah, that's me. Careful Rosco. Sweet on a fucking spy. Sorry. Thanks for being honest with me. I'll see you around.
Interesting option. Let's find out what happens. Ooh, quick save. Let's find out what happens if we give all the information to him instead of the robot. That way he can at least get off the asteroid. Then, maybe we can tell him she was a spy anyway. He'll have all of the holotapes. He'll figure it out at that point. A persuade check of 150. $155. There we go. Zeta says, so when will the Fallout New Vegas 2 lore videos come out? Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm so done. All right, Rosco. Quick save.
Hey, there you are. Been wondering how you...
Hold on, let's go through all of this real quick.
Luck. Could have.
You never know when you're gonna
I don't.
unlock something. Based on a conversation you had previously.
Fair. Had.
And
Not.
Okay. Let's hand them over.
Well, I'll be damned. Now I can finally get off this rock and go home. I know it's not much, but take the last of my bits. You've earned every single one, friend.
I gained bits and the Wall of Swords? Wall of Swords? We could pass a persuade check of 95 to say, why don't you go through your pockets again and see what you find? Okay.
My pockets? Oh, sure. Here's a few more bits for your trouble. Call it hazard pay.
All right. Okay, so we get the same dialogue here.
No, sometimes it seemed like there could be.
Let's see what happens if we pass the charm check. I can see the appeal.
Sure. Nice of you to say. Sorry. Not much in the mood for a witty repartee, what with the world-shattering revelations and all. Any other horrible truths you want to reveal to me? Or can I get back to my drinking? She couldn't have... What?
Okay, let's try and go through the spy dialogue again.
No. I knew... You're good...
Oh, there's no... I thought there was a 150 check.
What? We should... Listen, I appreciate you telling... I need some time.
You do that, buddy.
Yeah, I'll just... Yeah.
Huh.
See you around.
Well... Interesting. Sword of Truth. What was... No, Wall of Swords. Spacer's Choice. 155 DPS. N-ray damage. Are you wondering how hitting multiple enemies makes you harder to hit? What a stupid question. Oh, that's great. The Wall of Swords. Why is this a good weapon? It's level 32, but it does 155 DPS. I guess because it bleeds? Because it puts bleed damage on? Melana Richard says, I think Ox is done with Witcher, to be honest. No, I say this every time. No, I'm only playing Gorgon right now because it's a brand new DLC. And then I'm going to be playing Wasteland 3 because it is also a brand new game. New games, new DLCs take precedence on my live streaming program. I always stop what I'm doing to play them. And once I'm done with them, I go back to my previous schedule. So once we are done with Gorgon, once we are done with Wasteland 3, we'll get back to Horizon Zero Dawn, Witcher 3, and Disco Elysium. All right? I'm not done with those games. They're still there. I'm going to play them after we've finished all the new gaming content. All right? Danger Jim says, Ox N-Ray does continuous damage for a while like burning damage. Yeah, but unless this stacks, it wouldn't be worth it. Like, I could understand if you could stack 155 DPS one on top of each other like 10 times. Now, that would be pretty awesome. But unless it stacks, I don't know. All right, well, I think I'm happy with this. I mean, he found out the truth anyway. And we already gave him our word. But those are the two different options. Stealth armor for siding with the robot and anti-Cleos. And the new sword for siding with Rosco. Now, the red tape of command. The journal should be in Olivia's office at the very top of the Synthesis and Manufactory Center. So this is the final place that was locked out to us, which should be over here, down here. That's OCI, lower exterior. Wait a minute. Oh, no, it's over here. Yeah. SCM. There we go. Okay, but we got to go outside for this. Vladimir says, special effect is effect you inflict when hitting torso in TTD can be extremely powerful, like bleeding on ranged weapons or knockdown on shotguns. All right. I mean, there's a lot of depth to the gameplay of this game, to the combat of this game. I could see myself spending a lot of time tinkering with different damage types and different weapon types to really get the most out of a character. But right now I'm focusing on the story.
This can't be worse than anything we already seen, right?
Did you know there are 7 generations of SAM models, including this unit, now equipped with floor washing and vocal networking?
God love you, Sam. Ah. Unsealed door. Jessica says, Ox, he's our lore man. If he can't find it, no one can. Go Oxettes. Thank you, Jessica. Pam. Sam. Pam. It's a quick save. I wonder if Sam has anything to say around Pam. That's a lot of dead marauders. Hi, Pam.
Welcome to the Adrenatime Synthesis and Manufactory Center, brought to you by Spacer's Choice.
She's wearing
this productivity automechanical unit is at your disposal. Its normal duties involve the management of legacy operations analytics. However, due to the promotion, demotion, death, or injury to other managers of this facility, this unit is now the acting manager of the following departments: reception, human resources, accounting, technical support, manufacturing, distribution, security. Please direct any questions about those departments to Pam. Answers not guaranteed.
Michael Stim says N-ray damage ignores armor and hits multiple targets. I see. Wow, 3 options here. Legacy Operations Analytics? Never heard of it.
According to this facility's records, the Legacy Operations Analytics Department is located on Sublevel Floor 1. Its functions include warm bodies and redacted. Access to that department is currently denied due to a lockdown in the sublevel stairwell.
So it only exists to meet some minimum personnel requirement?
We value each and every member of the Spacer's Choice family, so be proud. On average, you contribute positively to a minimum of 1.44 important spreadsheets per quarter.
Wow.
That was one of Pam's patented pep talks designed to efficiently eliminate any negative feelings that are getting in the way of your work. After all, Pam's purpose is to answer one question. How can I increase your productivity today?
Of course. So what's with all the bodies, Pam?
Did you know that keeping your workers alive boosts productivity? That's why every Pam unit comes equipped with the latest Spacer's Choice weaponry. When Pam's emergency combat protocols are activated, Your investments are sure to be protected. Warning. Due to power consumption, combat protocols cannot be activated when Pam's power is below 73% without deactivating managerial processes. Spacer's Choice policy dictates that managerial processes take priority. This unit's power rating is 57%.
So she can't fight anymore. Let's give it a shot anyway. Engage emergency combat protocols.
Emergency combat protocols cannot be engaged at less than 73% power without proper authorization. Please ensure that this unit is fully charged, or present your override password.
Huh. Override code. Screw you. I do what I want.
Password incorrect, but I love your passion. Keep up the good work. Employee identification number.
Sam, can you spare some power?
SAM units are programmed to respond, "Can do, customer," to any and all serviceable requests. Greetings, Pam. Don't get swept away by the sleaze of your filthy, worthless existence. Let Sam neaten up your life.
Work fortifies the spirit. Let Pam optimize the routines of your life for maximum productivity.
SAM units. If we can't clean it, we'll destroy it beyond recognition.
All PAM units have been programmed to encourage a worker's competitive spirit.
Oh no, they're stuck in
Well
a
done.
lump.
Continue destroying the competition on behalf of Spacer's Choice.
Got a lust for dust? Sam does.
Pam believes in the power of a well-organized spreadsheet. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness.
Aw, Captain, they're friends.
Power rerouting complete. Please be advised the aforementioned unauthorized procedure has voided this unit's warranty.
Oh, of
This
course.
unit's power rating is 100%. Great! Emergency combat protocols are now available. Error. Employee's biometric ID does not match this unit's designated manager.
Whoops.
Proceeding with verbal management test. Pretend that this PAM unit is one of your employees who's been working long hours. What would you say to give them an extra pep pill in their step?
Oh. We could pass a lie check. That promotion is right around the corner. An inspiration check. If you would come in 5 hours early tomorrow, that would be great. A persuade check. Keep working late, and we'll serve free pep pills and Spratwurst after hours. Or we could say you're giving me a test after all the trouble I went through? Forget it. Or let me think a bit. Oh, let's try persuade. They're all 45 checks, so probably each of them will work. But I'm feeling like a Spratwurst.
Like any good manager, Pam comes equipped with an emergency pep pill dispenser. Employees passing out at their desk is a thing of the past. Verbal management test complete. Result. Employee is a Spacer's Choice manager. 94% certainty. Engaging emergency combat protocols. Stand by.
All right. Whoa, where you going, Pam? Ooh, she's on a mission.
Untidiness is an eyesore and cannot be abided, according to this unit's programming.
If I didn't know better, I'd swear it was watching me.
I thought you liked robots, Parvati. Wow, I wanted to explore that bottom floor, but Pam is just... Where are you going, Pam? We're going past the second floor. We're going all the way to the third floor.
Now, searching for unauthorized persons.
Here they come!
There you go.
And right damage!
Village analysis. Bodily fluid. Never This area has been sanitized.
And cleanup required.
More Pam? So she just runs through the entire place, killing everything with N-ray damage. I love it. I'll help with my shotty.
Agent in custody.
She's down! She's down! No! Pam is down! Oh, Pam! Oh, no!
Identified. Good news, customer. All germs and contaminants have been neutralized.
Oh, we lost Pam! Oh, I'm so bummed. I didn't know she could die. Screw this. I'm reloading my save. I don't want her to die. Let's go back to my quick save. Let's clear the place ourselves, and then we can activate her protocol so that she lives. I want to see if she says anything. I mean, she's tough. All that N-ray damage, I was going to let her do it all, but... I mean, we missed exploring this entire level, too. All right, let's explore first. Then we can go floor by floor, clear everything, and then we can activate Pam. All right, this goes to facilities office.
Entering quiet mode.
Grave digger. Hello. A named shovel. Two-handed melee weapon. Dig your enemy's grave, then put him in it. Bard. All right, let's find a way to open that.
If I didn't know better, I'd swear it was watching me.
Area assessment. Utter squalor.
2 lower levels. And that's sealed 2. Okay. Elevators. Sealed. Okay. To upper levels. So we do have to go to the upper levels first. Lounge. Ooh, she cleaned the lounge. $114. Yeah. That'll be good for, she has 121. Oh, Sam, he doesn't take armor, of course. Well, maybe it's good for me. I still had my dialogue armor on. Whoops. Let's see. This is the 119, 114. $124 with all my perks and stats. Okay, so it's better. But I'll save the power armor helmet because I do have some companions who could use it. Oh, datapad. Pam override code. These damn tech support slackwits. When we barred the door to HR and accounting and made them use the stairwell, they would not stop whining about it. But at every turn, they proved me right about it. Noisy little craps are always up to some kind of humbuggery. And the automechanical specialist that's in charge of Pam is the worst doggone one. He's always changing some setting or another for routine repairs. And then after all hell breaks loose, it's up to me and my security team to pick up the pieces. That's pretty stinking hard to do considering half of my team has paws instead of hands. Canids are easier to manage, they said. They're more research efficient, they said. Stinking top rungers. And everyone wonders why I'm always drinking at the lounge. Anyway, this guy changed Pam's combat override code again without telling me. Again, I don't think Pam Blam, thank you, ma'am, A2368, fits security guidelines, but screw it. At least this time it's not about another employee's mother. So the override code is Pam Blam, thank you, ma'am. Wow. That's cute. That's really cute. Pam Blam. All right, lots of booze, lots of combustibles, and I think that's it. All right. That's the full loop. Pam, I've got to save your life because I love you. I'll be back. Ooh, terminal.
Sure.
What were you saying? Sorry. Oh. Okay, workstation, reception, user, R. Hyde. Let's go through messages. In the first one from M. Eliasson to R. Hyde, subject, lost my ID. Rosemary, hey, sorry to bother you, but I lost my ID. Don't know how it happened. I have a very strict system for organizing my desk. Someone probably took it. Can you deactivate it and get me a new one? Thanks, Minoru Eliasson. All right, and then from Rosemary to Miralu, hey Rosemary, you seen Fi-Fi around? Pam's old battery is having trouble holding a charge, and all my spares keep disappearing. You know how it goes around here. If something's disappearing, Fi-Fi, or Fifi probably swiped it and put it in the facilities office like a trophy. Since your desk in the lobby isn't too far from facilities, I was hoping you might have spotted him on his way in or something. If you do, tell Mike Liu has 3 packs of Spacer's Corona to trade for the industrial strength Firefly battery that disappeared last week. I'd appreciate it. Okay, so we need a pass key and we need to get the battery. Of course, this is if we don't have Pam in our, or Sam in our party.
Show your boss that you are prime, because you take a dream at a time.
Okay, gotta go up. Quick save. I wonder.
Unit is in motion.
Oh. Really, Sam? He straight up says, beep, beep. Restroom, tech support. They could have programmed a beeping sound, but no, they had the fake voice actually say beep. So this floor won't be so bad. We all went through it before she died. Whoops.
Be right there.
been sanitized.
Thank you, Sam. Okay. Man. Let's go clockwise. Then cubicle by cubicle. Miwi says, I'm more worried about the Microsoft Bethesda thing, is that I'll no longer be able to get new Bethesda games on PlayStation anymore in the future. Yeah, there's that concern. There is that concern. I don't know how that's going to play out. Well, we don't know the terms of the contract that was signed. Maybe they foresaw that and they wrote in, look, we'll do this as long as we get to publish our games on the PlayStation in the future. And as someone in the chat always pointed out, they want to make money off their games, and there are a lot of people who are on the PlayStation, so they'll likely still publish games to the PlayStation. I guess my concern after all of that is time. How long is it going to take? Okay, lots of terminals here. Personal files. Files located. Tech support would like to remind all employees that this is not the messenger menu. Saving these files will not send a message to another Spacer's Choice employee, even if it is saved to a directory with the same name as said employee. Thank you. Character form, Halcyon Hank. Class upper, vocation, free market champion. Backstory. Is this part of a game? Halcyon Hank is the long-lost half-brother of Halcyon Helen. At the age of 7, he saved his family from a pirate attack, but he had to leave the ship in a separate escape pod. While the rest of his family was rescued by a passing patrol, Hank's escape pod landed on Monarch, and he had to survive in the wild. Raised among raptidons, he foiled numerous schemes concocted by the cannibalistic iconoclasts, who were trying to spread their listless, dependent way of life across the colony. Now he's finally made it off Monarch and is ready to save Halcyon from insert whoever Sally makes as the villain here. Addendum, ask if Sally can make a supporting character that's Hank's love interest. She promised she would last time. Uh-oh. Messages from S. Garcia to H. Putnam, subject canceling our session. Harold, just sent management my cancellation form regarding our systems and serfdom sessions. I've been told I won't receive a refund on the leisure time I purchased for our group. I'll handle the cancellation fees too. Let's not talk about what happened with Colin at the last session. Let's not talk about Colin at all. Not to management and not to medical either. If you need something for the injury, I'll see about getting you some adrenatine. Sally. So wait, this sounds like a game of Dungeons and Dragons. Someone got injured playing a tabletop game? Exactly how? See if we can find more terminals to tell us about it. Here we go. Messages to T. Jaramillo from Jaramillo to H. Putnam. Subject, a note on notes. Harold, prosperous morning. This is an informal reminder that your adhesive notes are intended to track your trouble tickets. Please do not use your adhesive notes to create patterns on your divider wall. I'd hate to remind you that unsanctioned aesthetic expression is strictly contrary to Spacer's Choice law, and I definitely hate to be reprimanded because I didn't warn you. Please endeavor to use the adhesive notes in a manner prescribed by the Spacer's Choice official guidelines. Did we miss a pattern on his cubicle? We have to go back to check it out. In the next one, from J. Marilla to Lucy M, or to M. Louis. Subject, friendly language for a friendly office. Michael, this is just to tell you that I've reported your recent unsanctioned language to human resources. You were recently talking about seeing some of your colleagues act paranoid and violent. Try to remember the new guidelines from corporate. Don't call your colleagues paranoid. They're expressing dramatically heightened attention. Don't call your colleagues violent. They're showing physically assertive behavior. I'm as concerned as you are about the curious and surprising behavior we've been seeing around the premises, but try to keep your language sanitized. Clean language is a matter of security. Oh, God. Oh, we got to see his cubicle now. What pattern? That's it? He just put a circle around this poster? Okay. But this guy did too. So he's not the only one. I don't get it. Here's another one. From S. Tinsley to V. Newell, subject regarding out of socket. Mr. Newell, no, there are no socks. No, there are no socks involved in the production of Spacer's Choice Terra fried Spratwurst. The T hologram on the machine is likely just malfunctioning. It should read out of stock. I see. Best, Sam Tinsley, technical support. And in the next one, from Tinsley to Sutherland, regarding return button, Miss Sutherland, I regret to inform you that vending machines do not take returns. Please do not try to fit your can of Spacer's Choice Gourmet Saltuna Fillets into the bit cartridge slot, as it will damage the machine and prevent other employees from using it. Thank you so much for your time. So much. Sincerely, Sam Tinsley. Oh, this poor guy. Working tech support in this office probably drive him mad. Unit J. Vargas. From J. Vargas to A. Isaacs regarding inappropriate automech. Sir, I promise you, no automechanical in the galaxy is capable of falling in love with you. It is far outside of their set of capabilities. If there is a legitimate reason that this current automechanical is not fulfilling your department's needs, please file a request for an upgrade using form AM265B. With permission from your manager, thank you, Judith Vargas. In the next one, from Vargas to Isaacs, subject apologies. No, sir, that was not a comment about your inability to secure a marriage contract. No automechanical is capable of loving you because they are literally not capable of loving anyone. Oh, this is sad. Automechanicals function through a simple series of state machines that are designed to problem solve for a limited list of scenarios. These scenarios all directly relate to the task that the automechanical was created for. In other words, a security automechanical might be able to question unauthorized personnel about where they left their biometric ID card, but a chef automechanical can only ask them if they want extra salt. Even if, in theory, an automechanical was deliberately modified to learn speech patterns and how to mimic human behavior, those behaviors would be a hollow imitation. So if your automechanical assistant really did make a comment about your posterior, it was because they were programmed to say it. That's all. Judith Vargas. Oh, God. And in the next one, from M. Louis to J. Vargas, subject don't transfer. Judith, and now is not the best time to request for a transfer. I've got a reliable source that tells me the OCI may be under official audit soon. There's been word of some kind of corporate sabotage. I wouldn't request a transfer to the Chem labs either. They've just had their budgets and their personnel slashed. Trust me, you don't want to be associated with either office. Stay with us. We know what we're doing. Some poor guy fell in love with an automechanical. Personnel files, automechanical repair, power siphoning. Primary author M. Lou. With the battery shortage, I need to find a way to recharge Pam in a pinch. Vargas and I have to divide up all the remaining batteries, and eventually even those won't hold much of a charge. At least not if you just plug the unit into the wall as designed. Turns out though, Spacer's Choice batteries actually only charge at half capacity if you use them as intended. Think it's planned obsolescence. They want the batteries to wear out sooner, so folks buy more of them. Doesn't make much sense to do it at your own facilities, in my opinion. But what the crap do I know, right? Anyway, I think I found a way to bypass it, at least on the biped models. If you take two similar units, link their power supplies, and initiate a surge from one unit to the other, it should force the battery to use its full capacity. Basically, I can double the lifespan of our batteries by having the units jumpstart each other. Not going to use it just yet, though. Always a chance that someone catches wind of it and they close the loophole. So I better save it for an emergency. And the next one, Pam, weapons tuning. I cannot believe that they gave Pam a damn N-ray cannon. Talk about overkill. There's not much in the known galaxy deadlier than N-ray radiation, and once it's let loose, it's hard to contain. Most living things seem to give it off in microscopic doses, not enough to be harmful on its own, but enough to draw larger, deadlier masses of N-rays from one living thing to another within a certain radius, which means I need to take extra care to make sure Pam's cannon is tuned for maximum precision. If the barrel is even 1 degree out of alignment, you'd risk thousands of bits in collateral damage every time she fires it. Then in messages, Apocalypse Eternal says, Ox, you missed my super chat jokes and some others. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can get them here. Daniel says, just to hear you mention Fallout New Vegas once more, the future's looking bright for the Nevada wasteland. It's looking brighter, that's for sure. I'm not seeing any other jokes there, Apocalypse Eternal. And I scrolled all the way back to when we were talking about N-ray damage. Brian says, well, now I know my progeny will work for Spacer's Choice. Hopefully not. From M. Louis to J. Vargas, keep your head down. Last week, a pair of technicians at my designated workplace fell into a pretty bad row. There were a lot of seditious words used. I don't want to repeat them here. Management stepped in. I haven't seen them since. I don't think their indenturement contracts were nullified. Otherwise, I would have received a reprimand myself on account of having worked with terminated colleagues. They haven't been in their domiciles. They haven't been at their stations. I don't think they were fired. I think they deserted. I'm not going to share their names because I don't want that on my audit record. All I know is this. The office isn't working the way it should. Dr. Ambrose is nervous, and when she is nervous, we're all nervous. In the next one, from J. Vargas to M. Louis, keep your head down, Michael. One of my colleagues disappeared 3 nights ago. She'd been falling behind her deadlines and was medicating herself with adrenatime. I was jealous of her work ethic, so I can't imagine what compelled her to just disappear. Frankly, I'm glad. She was starting to make me look bad. There's something strange happening in the office, and I don't know what to make of it. Nothing's going according to plan. Clarence mostly had a phrase he muttered now and then. The Bancroft coefficient is approaching 1. Apparently there's some fellow named Lucian Bancroft. If he's real, Dr. Ambrose answers to him. I think he's a cipher or a code name or something. All right.
Keep him quiet, Cap.
I think Pam bypassed this room when she just raced through earlier. Nothing terribly interesting. John says, howdy y'all, hope you guys are staying dry. Doing our best, my friend, doing our best.
Show your boss that you are prime, because you take the green of time.
Substance is resistant to thinning of
All right, let's finish exploring this room, then we'll go back into that one. See, it would be great if Pam could just follow us as a temporary companion instead of just racing off through the building.
Nicely done.
That way we could control her a bit more. Shock cannon hyper. Jean Vian says, haha, keep your language sanitized like Oxhorn. They should have had a cameo of you in this DLC. Oh, someday I'll have a cameo. Someday. New terminal. From human resources to C. Norwood, subject employee exchange. Spacer's Choice is aware of Dr. Lowe's eccentric habits. Yes, Dr. Lowe medicates himself with experimental drugs of his own design. No, we have not mentioned this flaw in Dr. Lowe's character in our exchange contract with Auntie Cleo. Oh, they knew and they didn't tell them. We believe that Dr. Lowe's behavior is consistent with the values of our rival company. Dr. Lowe and Auntie Cleo are, in the opinion of Spacer's Choice, an ideal match. Both Lowe and the Auntie Cleo company believe themselves to be better than nature. Please be informed that Auntie Cleo has generously offered at least 3 senior personnel in exchange for Dr. Lowe. It is Spacer's Choice company policy to accept any bargain in our favor. Sincerely, Kay Blomstedt, Senior Regional Vice Manager, Human Resources. And in the next one, from Human Resources to M. Louis, subject Semantic Hygiene. Michael, the office has reviewed your report of unlawful behavior exhibited by certain colleagues at your designated workplace. We find the contents of your report alarming and inconsistent with the values and vision of the Spacer's Choice family. While it is the duty of every member of our family to report seditious and unlawful behavior, it is important to express your report using appropriate company-approved language. Your description of quote-unquote violent outbursts and aggressive behavior from your colleagues is problematic. Furthermore, the office disapproves of your obvious exaggerations of any physical injuries sustained in your alleged altercations with your colleagues. Spacer's Choice is not liable or responsible for any injuries caused by Spacer's Choice property, including machinery or other coworkers. They just described coworkers as property. Your description of your colleagues' behavior portrays Spacer's Choice in an unflattering light and will be stricken from any official record. Do not discuss, describe, or imply the contents of your report to your coworkers. Sincerely, Kay Blomstedt. Wow. There we go. That's the staircase to the 3rd floor. Oh, but there's more. From A. Metcalf to C. Norwood, subject reprinter broken. It's not broken, it's just out of paper, which I have to say is pretty damned amazing. How in the name of the grand plan did you manage to print 450 documents in a week? Those can't all be transfer requests, can they? I know this project is well funded, but the head researcher must be even more famous than I thought if we were getting this many. And the next one. From K. Blomstead to C. Norwood, subject last warning. Colin, you know our policy. Even if you do not have proof that Mr. Putnam has been taking your lunch, Spacer's Choice disciplinary guidelines for the theft only apply to Spacer's Choice property. You, your lunch, and Mr. Putnam all constitute Spacer's Choice property. It is legally impossible for property to steal from itself. Gotta love that logic. Please note that an inability to protect your own source of nourishment will be reflected on your permanent record. If you cannot be trusted to guard your own sandwich, you cannot be trusted to guard classified information on behalf of Spacer's Choice. Karen Blomstead, Senior Regional Vice Manager of Human Resources. P.S. Please have those reports sorted and on my desk before lunch. You're not in a junior position anymore, Colin. That's it? Good God. To work in this universe. And that goes to support. I see. So that's just a shortcut. We cleared that room earlier, did we? Yeah. Okay. So that completes the loop. Those were the elevators to the ground floor that are broken, and this is the staircase that Pam climbed.
Watch your hands, Captain. Be a bad time to lose them. Well, I guess any time would be a bad time, but especially now.
Parvati just concerned about my hands for some reason. Thank you, Parvati. Sealed. Sealed. Not sealed. Oh. Is this it? Hold on, quick save. Wait, this is where we need to go. That's her journal.
Huh? Germs and contaminants have been neutralized.
I don't remember Pam coming up this way, so I wonder what it was at the top that she took us to earlier. We'll have to go up there later. But let's clear this now since we're going to have to anyway. Marauder Colossus. Oh, wearing a Moon Man mask. Okay, let's see. Retrace our steps to get a point of reference. This is where we came in. Nothing behind this terminal bank. Let's go clockwise. Hello. What are all of these? Data banks? Information storage, maybe? Side office. Side office. Oh man, all the employees were getting high on Adrena time.
Muting volume now.
Great work.
New terminal. From S. Garcia to Manufactory Department. Subject, new adventure. I run the SMC's Interdepartmental Systems and Serfdoms game. Okay, so not Dungeons and Dragons, Systems and Serfdoms. We host participants from every part of the Spacer's Choice family, technical support, human resources, and even here in manufacturing. We just reached the stunning conclusion of our last campaign, and I've submitted the necessary paperwork to begin a new one soon. Interested? A few spaces for adventuring spacers are still available. Not sure what Systems and Serfdoms is? Don't worry, we're beginner friendly, and I'll be happy to walk you through character creation and more. Systems and Serfdom is all about helping each other and having a good time, after all. If you are not familiar with Systems and Serfdoms, fret not. Novice entry fees are minimal. Please note that I am required by corporate to submit a detailed report of our adventures for moral hygiene auditing. Please also note that any subversive character concepts will result in immediate report. Your Systems Master, Sally Garcia. From T. Jaramillo to Sally Garcia. Subject, great work. Sally, thank you for putting in the extra time to fix those terminals on the top floors. Even though you're not a designated member of the technical support team, your work saved me a reprimand on my permanent record. In fact, your work was so impressive that I thought you might appreciate having a few more tasks on your desk. You must have noticed the adhesive notes on your desk. These are your backlogged repair tasks from the technical support team. I understand you've got your own work in the manufactory, but I think you'd benefit from the additional tasks. Remember, work fortifies the spirit. Sincerely, Tony. Oh, wonderful to work here. Great job on the extra work. As a reward, here's more extra work. Okay, office number 2. And these terminals are all blasted out, so Adoring fan. What's that? Melee weapon skills plus 10. Oh. Okay, so this leads us to an elevator. To Adrenatime's synthesizer. It's the service elevator. Goodness. Well, so we came from floor 1. There were 2 staircases here. 2 staircases here as well. 3. And an elevator up to 4. Is this going to have us bypass a floor? Nope. We're on floor 4. Good. Quick save. We've already got dead robots, or dead people here.
There's something mystical about this thing. Almost holy. Is that weird?
A little weird, Parvati, yeah. I don't see any enemies, and there's nothing on my radar, so I guess we just go forward. Josh Bunton says, Ox, the adoring fan is most likely a reference to responding follower you can acquire in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. You think so? I mean, it does have a bonus to melee damage and it's a baseball cap, so I assumed the connection was it was like an adoring baseball fan. But maybe you're right. How do we get up there, though? Is there like a staircase? I want to go look through that glass.
All right. Now we can finally get that journal and get the heck out of here.
Famous last words before something else happens to thwart our plans. Service elevator to lobby. There is a staircase. Let's go up. Let's see what's up there. The Oxonian. I think I have a couple of Oxonians already, though. Well. What is this? Can we get through here? We can. Yellow belly suit. Damage bonus versus humans, 10%. Damage to creatures, 10%. Originally designed for zookeepers, this suit's ability to frighten nearby animals made it attractive to big game hunters. Eventually, Spacer's Choice made a military version. Wow, I'm getting all sorts of unique stuff, aren't I? Adjusted rotation speed on centrifuge AT3245 as per Dr. Ambrose's request. Hopefully, that should yield a few more batches with each production cycle. Still a little short on quotas, but we are doing our best. Updated the access code to the synthesizer production routine. Reported it back to Dr. Ambrose. Dr. Ambrose recorded the access code in her journal as always. Dr. Ambrose has a habit of writing everything down. It's unnerving. I never know when I'm being audited. Okay, so let's go get the journal. That should be just over here in the next room. Finally, the point of the quest. Yeah, let's loot the room first. It's good that she keeps ammunition in her cabinets. Sitting here, Dr. Wood. Nice wet bar. Very professional. Hello. What? Oh. What even is the point of that? This room didn't have any enemies. Why have a secret side passage? Maybe something's about to happen. 500 bits. Let me see how
Wow, you got that?
Prototype light pistol. 836. This was one of the first pistols ever produced by Spacer's Choice. Although this model boasts superb all-around performance, executives realized they could remove most of its components and cut production costs by 3/4. The initial engineer was fired and replaced by an accountant who proceeded to create the light pistol, now known and loved throughout Halcyon. Oh, so it's even better. Let's go to messages. Incoming messages. Incoming messages null. You have cleared your messages. Congratulations, an automated message has been sent to your supervisor noting them of your idleness. New tasks will be dispatched to you momentarily. Remember, idle time demands a fine. Outgoing messages sent to Goodfellow. From Olivia to Goodfellow regarding production schedule. You think you can hide from me, a little twerp? I know a serum that'll make you feel as if... Wait, didn't we read this already? The schedule you sent me must be a template or the work of an intern because it's patently insane. We are nowhere near to hitting Lucian's proposed milestones. Branding's hopes and wishes won't magically change that, no matter what the corporate office says. My compound is months from viable, Lawrence. It kills people. Yeah, we did read this. From Ambrose to Blakesley. Cancel all the letters. If they've been hand-delivered, send someone to retrieve them. Secrecy trumps sentiment. Don't ever let me do anything so indulgent again. Oh. Right. This is when she talked about sending letters to the family members of the deceased. I see. So basically, we're going through a list of all of the terminal entries we've already read because this was their source. She sent all of these around the complex, which means we've already read all of these. Just got to see if I can find one I haven't read already yet. Yep, we read that. We read that. Recently, actually. Deleted messages. Here we go. From Goodfellow to Olivia regarding production schedule. If you're reading this message, I'm currently unavailable. In my absence, I have instructed my secretary, Herbert Peril, to reply to any incoming messages with this pre-approved response. Vicariously, Lawrence. From Olivia to Goodfellow regarding production schedule. Dr. Ambrose. Oh, actually, that's swapped. From Goodfellow to Ambrose. Great timing. I was just sending Herbie over to your department with a preliminary production schedule. As with so much of the work we do at the OCI, the design of a production schedule is more of an art than a science. We read this as well. What the heck? But that was in deleted messages. This terminal has not received a message from Blakesley in 2,447 days. This one is, this was Adrena Time Concerns. Regarding what do you think? These days I try to think as little as possible. Thinking is a dreadful habit, which leads to self-awareness, which leads to resignation. It's true that the current formulation is resulting in alarming outcomes, but not, I think, by Spacer's Choice standards. Spacer's Choice's standards are low. You report 11 consecutive days of wakefulness, and Spacer's Choice sees 11 consecutive days of productivity. You report an inability to distinguish violent hallucinations from reality. Spacer's Choice is going to try to push us to turn those hallucinations into phantom images of company logos. You say the compound is habit-forming, and Spacer's Choice is going to see an increase in demand for our never-ending supply of xenocyte waste. To be serious, yes, the compound is absolutely habit-forming. Addiction correlates with dosage, and dosage size is inversely proportional to enrichment quality. Long as corporate asks us to keep our dosage minimal and controlled, there's a reasonable chance we can improve the enrichment process to filter out some of the dangerous side effects. That's going to take time. A lot more time than corporate realizes. Right, well, I think we got through all of the messages. So many of them were repeats that I wasn't quite sure, but I think we got through them. Admin functions. There are no admin functions available at this time. So that's it for her terminal. Let's quick save and take her journal.
That's enough. Gorgon is mine. Go now, and I will not pursue you. But if you stay, I will sick every last longest fucking mercenary in Halcyon on you. It's your choice, Captain.
Starting to hope I get to meet this jerk, just so I can give him a good kick in the shins.
Kind of wish I had Pam with me right now. Admin functions. Alert! Strike panic lockdown engaged. Please shelter in place while the workforce is pacified. Jeez. Spacer's Choice apologizes for any emotional disturbance or physical discomfort this traitorous employee action may have caused you. Executive counselors will be on site during the next staffing cycle to help you work through any residual grief or trauma you may be suffering. Enjoy a Spacer's Choice 0G brew while you wait, at no charge to your C-suite liquor stipend. Now we understand this.
Entering quiet mode.
trying to figure out what this room is for. It's quite a huge set piece to design and build for nothing to be here. Oh, this is floor 5. So that's the entire facility. We just explored everything. Down we go. Eight cases Bumblebee, Pale Kale Ale, Borston Baked Beans, Woolly Milk, Spacer's Choice Tarmac and Cheese. Oh, it's this room. Right, well, we've cleared the place. Let's activate Pam, watch her run to the top, and see what happens. If she survives.
Welcome to however, due to the promotion, demotion, death, or injury to other managers of this facility, this unit is reception. Please direct.
You're the only one here? That'll make this easy.
According to this facility's hierarchy, there are 0 acting managers at this Spacer's Choice facility. Not to worry. If a middle manager cannot immediately be replaced, Pam can safely oversee 3.176 departments. When you're in a productivity pinch, Pam can pick up the pieces. Uh-oh. It looks like there are intruders in this facility. Protocol recommends speaking to the head of facility security right away.
The Colin guy says, hey Ox, think there's any hope for an Obsidian Fallout game now that Bethesda and Obsidian are owned by Microsoft Gaming Studios? There's always hope. I don't know about the likelihood. I would have said that it would be unlikely prior to the acquisition. But now that they're part of the same gaming family, who knows? Who knows? There's always hope. Peter D says, Oxhorn, did you know Microsoft just bought Bethesda, or am I late to the party? It's okay. It's okay. You're a little bit late to the party. But you know what? There have been days where I've had a late work night and I've slept in till noon and I've gotten up and checked the news and there's been something major that happened while I was asleep and it was new to me, but the world was on it by then. But yeah, we've been talking about this all morning. But you're managing more than 3.176 departments.
Management stretched thin? That's okay. With safety protocols disabled, Pam can manage 12.678 departments with an estimated worker fatality rate of only 4.83 per week. Ooh. After all, Pam's purpose is to answer one question. How can I increase your productivity today?
Have you met my friend Sam? I think you'd get along.
Greetings, Pam. Don't get swept away by the sleaze of your filthy, worthless existence. Let Sam neaten up your life.
Work fortifies the spirit. Let Pam optimize the routines of your life for maximum productivity.
Sam units. If we can't clean it, we'll destroy it beyond recognition.
All Pam units have been programmed to encourage a worker's competitive spirit. Well done. Continue destroying the competition on behalf of Spacer's Choice.
Got a lust for dust? Sam does.
Pam believes in the power of a well-organized spreadsheet. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness.
Aw, Captain, they're friends.
Tell me about the facility.
The Adrenatime Synthesis and Manufactory Center is where Spacer's Choice's newest product is being created. Get a leg up on the competition with Adrenatime. You are now in the lobby. The floors above you are the offices, the manufactory, and the Adrenatime Synthesizer. The floors below you are the sublevels, and the synthesizer reactor. How can I increase your productivity today?
Wait, we didn't go to the sublevels, did we? Pam, I need a boost to my productivity. How about some motivation?
Remember, Spacer's Choice is a family, so overtime is really family time.
Oh, nice. So you're a productivity automechanical?
Pam helps each and every member of the Spacer's Choice family be the best they can be. When you're managed by Pam, your workday gets unjammed.
Let's find out how she keeps people more productive.
Feeling down? Pam is loaded with over 1,000 encouraging messages, each designed to make you feel like an important member of the Spacer's Choice family. Schedule slipping? Not to worry. Pam tracks all of your deadlines and has the tools to whip your efficiency back into shape. You'll be a team player in no time, thanks to Pam.
Managed? You're actually in charge of people?
Don't think of Pam as your boss. I'm just your pal, here to make sure that every member of the Spacer's Choice family stays on task and on schedule. With Pam at the helm, you'll never be overwhelmed.
I'd never let some rust bucket boss me around.
Uh-oh. Has dissident propaganda corrupted your workforce? Not a problem. Pam comes equipped with a military-grade N-ray cannon and a coat of our patented plasma proofing. With a 98.3% riot suppression rate, when Pam is here, your metrics have nothing to fear.
All right, backing out.
How can I increase your productivity today?
Now we can talk about all the bodies.
Did you know that keeping your workers alive boosts productivity? That's why when Pam's emergent warning, Spacer's Choice.
And we went through all of that before. We tried emergency combat protocols. Can you override that behavior?
Pam is fully customizable to fit your preferred management style. With the correct override codes, you can alter any of Pam's behaviors at will. Some limitations apply. Spacer's Choice does not accept legal responsibility for any injuries or trauma sustained after altering Pam's behaviors. See manual for details.
How can I recharge you?
Hate messing with tangled cables or confusing batteries? With Pam, you'll never have to. Just pop in a Firefly brand industrial strength battery, and Pam's ready to go. Out of batteries and need productivity now? No problem. Just hook Pam's power source up to another automechanical, and Pam will get your employees back in line in no time.
No Name says, I'm late. Did you miss me? We missed you, No Name. So glad you're here. Okay, we found the option. We saw what happens if we connect Pam to Sam. We do have an option, or we did have an option to have him talk, or have her talk with Parvati. For some reason, that's gone now. But we also picked up that battery while we were exploring, so we can replace the battery.
This unit's power rating is 100%. Great! Emergency combat protocols are now available. Error. Employee's biometric ID does not match this unit's designated manager. Proceeding with verbal management test. Pretend that this PAM unit is one of your employees who's been working long hours. What would you say to give them an extra pep pill in their step?
Oh, that's right. We have to go through this again. Let's try something else. Let's try the lie. That promotion is right around the corner. Keep putting in those hours.
PAM is equipped to talk about your career goals. On average, employees managed by PAM units go from assistant to associate roles in 15 years or less. My door is always open, unless I'm recharging. Verbal management test complete. Result. Employee is a Spacer's Choice manager. 94% certainty. Engaging emergency combat protocols. Stand by.
Okay, now let's see where she goes and what she says if she survives. And of course she does 90-degree turns because she's a robot. That's hilarious. 90 degrees. 90 degrees. I wonder if she'll say anything if she finds all the bodies already dead. She expected something there. But nope, nothing. I already did her job. Okay, so she did go through this room. It must have been the second room that she died in. Did we get this terminal? Yeah. There you go. She stops here. Does she stop here? Is she done? She's alive.
A happy team is a productive team. So please remember to meet your merriment quota of 3.47 hearty laughs per hour, or 6.85 sensible chuckles. Thanks.
Oh man, I don't know if I can do 3 an hour. That hurts. I'll do a sensible chuckle. So that's it. Okay. Well, that's what happens if she survives. Now, how do we get out of here again? Let's go back where we came. We went through here, right? Okay. Sprint, sprint, sprint. And here we are. Back to Minnie. Philomena. Wayne Russell on Facebook says, YouTube video wouldn't load for me, so here I am on Facebook. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I am live on YouTube. There are a lot of people watching me right now, but doesn't seem to work for everybody, so I'm glad I'm also live on Facebook. Good to see all the Facebook people there. And Jocelyn, thank you very much for your donation of stars on Facebook. I do appreciate it. Okay, Villamina. Oh, man.
Drop resistant to cleaning efforts. Passive mode.
There we go. Feeling good. Mr. Phone says, is friendly fire a thing? I think on different difficulties there is. I'm on normal difficulty, I think. Gameplay. No, I'm on hard difficulty. So the only other one above me is Supernova. And I think there's permadeath for companions on Supernova. I'm not sure. All right, let's go.
We are receiving an incoming signal, Captain.
Ada.
Captain, I see you've made some headway on Gorgon. Mother's old work terminal just lit up with a bunch of new protocols. Very exciting. What about Mother's journal? Any progress there?
Oh, we can't pass the perception check because we don't have the requisite intelligence. We've got the journal, but let's pass a persuade check to say, I think it's time you tell me the truth, Minnie.
Are you accusing me of deception? Captain, I would never. Can you hear me, Captain? I'm getting some interference on my end. Captain.
What?
Captain.
Oh, come on. Stop talking.
Hello again, little weasel. I must admit,
I called
you
it!
Surprised me. I threw nearly everything I had at you, and you overcame it all.
I called it. I think it was on day 2. I'm like, yep, the mysterious figure is Olivia Ambrose. And the chat's like, how do you know? What makes you think that? Oh, I called it, right? She's the mysterious figure. Though I thought she was wearing a derby hat. I got that impression. I guess I was mistaken. We can pass a perception check to say, so you're the one who put the Gorgon facility on lockdown?
Well spotted, Captain. We've both played our roles well, but it seems you've got the edge. I may have gravely underestimated you. You were smart to hire him, Wilhelmina. Well done.
Mother, you're alive! And still on Gorgon?
Oh, should I log off and let you two get reacquainted?
Stay. This concerns you as well. This is so you, Mother. Inserting yourself where you aren't needed and at the worst possible time.
Am I disrupting your vanity project? You empty-headed little twit.
Whoops. She's kind of your daughter, Olivia. This is so weird because in the terminal we read back at the Ambrose mansion, Olivia was all hearts and roses towards her daughter. I hope she can forgive me. I regret putting my work first. I really do love her. Maybe I was too hard on her. Now she's like, you're a little twit. Oh, maybe she's taking adrenatime. Maybe she's all drugged out. Am I missing something we can say?
Mother is going to fill your head with lies about me and Gorgon. Don't listen. Have you come back just to ruin everything again, Mother? At least this time I have the power to stop you.
Captain, this is a distraction. Let's set our differences aside and focus on what matters. Adrenatime must never be revived.
I mean, I agree, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about delivering the diary, the journal, back to Minnie. Well, we can pass a perception check to say, wait a minute, this was never about the family name, Minnie. You wanted to revive Adrenatime?
I may not have told you all of the facts, but I'm going to lay out everything I know. You can decide for yourself what to do with it. By now, you realize that Project Gorgon was devoted to a single drug, Adrenatime. A drug that hit the market in spite of calamitous side effects.
And in spite of its deranged, irresponsible researchers.
Quite right. There's no end to the harm a poorly run team can do, even with the best of intentions. The project was a colossal failure, but you and I are going to revive it from the ashes.
After everything I've seen, absolutely not. Yes, let's make more of a drug that turns people into deranged killers. Great plan! Or we are? How? I don't know about this, Minnie. Or I'm game. Where do we start? Let's be sarcastic. Great plan.
Adrenatime was a lie. Our drug will fulfill its broken promise for workers and employers across the colony. Mother wasn't equal to the task. Thankfully for us both, I'm not my mother.
After everything I've seen, absolutely not.
What you've seen is the result of Mother's leadership. I have no intention of repeating her mistakes. Mother's journal contains the activation codes for the adrenatime synthesizer, the key to a new Project Gorgon. We're going to start again, and this time with everything Project Gorgon didn't have. Better R&D, better scientists, clear goals, more funding, and a timeline that makes sense.
We could frown thoughtfully. Ha! I love that. Let's frown thoughtfully.
You have every reason to doubt me. But if you have a shred of hope for a better colony, consider what adrenatime could do for us. If I can improve the chemistry, I can fix adrenatime. We can put this colony back on track together.
I mean, we're still depending on a super drug that boosts productivity. All she's doing is taking out the horrible side effects of adrenatime, but she's still injecting an entire workforce with a pro-productivity drug, which I understand Mentats improves productivity and intellect and so forth. Sure, but you can't save a colony on drugs alone. That's completely insane. You lied to me, you idiotic sociopath. Why should I help you now? Or Olivia, what's your story? I want more information. Olivia, what's your story?
Finally, a sensible question. I am the head of Project Gorgon, its grand mastermind. I created Adrenatime because I believed, arrogantly, foolishly, that I could uplift the common man through chemistry.
Very foolishly.
I failed. Now, my daughter wants to take up my mantle.
Not on my watch. We have to stop her. Or do you think she can? Or you lied to me, you idiotic sociopath. Why should I help you now? Do you think she can?
Don't be absurd. Minnie is a bright enough girl, but she's weak, flighty. She'd abandon the project at the first minor setback. My work has already destroyed countless lives. We can't let her do so again out of pride and sentiment.
What about my life, Mother? The Ambrose name has no dignity anymore. I can't even show my face around Byzantium without being the gossip of the town.
This is all about walking around Byzantium with her chin held high. First of all, Olivia has no faith in her daughter, completely belittling her at every step. Awful mother. But this has ended up raising a girl who's more concerned with how she appears to others in Byzantium than the good of common people. So she's trying to create a wonder drug to fix her own name. The man from Vault 69 says, check skills, Ox, persuade 150, inspiration 60, and intimidate 40 for good end. Yeah, I mean, I hope that dialogue check doesn't come up now before I have my good gear equipped. I didn't realize, I was just trying to fly to the asteroid, or the dimension. I didn't realize I was going to get into an end of game dialogue check now. Shoot, you gotta be doggone kidding me. You can't put your reputation ahead of the colony's safety. Be better than this. Or you don't think Adrenatime is good for the colony too, right? Or let them talk. Let's look, you can't put your reputation ahead of the colony's safety. Be better than this, Minnie.
My reputation is a weapon, one that I can wield against those who squandered their one chance to save the colony. Every day, workers slump over from exhaustion. The gears of industry swallow them whole, and no one is coming to help. Adrenatime is the break we can't fit into the schedule. The office with a window we can't afford to build. It's the best this rotten colony can do for people.
The answer is not to inject them with a wonder drug that wakes them up while they're at the gears. The answer is to give them paid time off. Maybe give them 8 hours or 10 hours a day to work instead of, 16 hours a day to work? No vacation time? Indentured servitude? Come on! All right. And drugs? Drugs are the best you can do?
It's a bandage, not a cure. Halcyon is wounded, and I will do everything in my power to stop the bleeding.
Don't let those bloodless leeches at Spacer's Choice walk you down this perilous path, Wilhelmina.
Right.
You haven't the fortitude to endure it.
No!
As usual,
Don't
Mother
belittle her.
projects her failures onto me. If she had let me get involved from the start, we might have avoided this calamity altogether.
Do you even understand the challenges you'll face? Are you just trying to prove yourself to your mother? What would you have done that she didn't, Olivia? Why didn't you give Minnie a chance? Can't I just go back to being a freelancer? One who doesn't care? Both of these are really good questions. I hope I can ask both. But if I can't, let's try... three.
I'd have trusted my team rather than sabotage their efforts. And I wouldn't have stolen their glory when they were on the verge of
Did
success.
she do that, though?
You don't know what you're talking about. I did everything to support my team. It was Spacer's Choice who betrayed them. But you're nothing more than an empty-headed little social climber. Of course you can't understand.
You see what I mean? Mother is afraid of being outdone by her empty-headed daughter, and she'll do anything to stop me. If I can save the colony and redeem the Ambrose family name, I owe it to myself to try. Mother be damned.
You want to save the colony from its drug problem with more drugs?
Social engineering takes generations, and we don't have the luxury of time. We need to mainline progress into Halcyon's bloodstream. You've seen more of this colony than the average grunt. You know as well as I do that this is a question of survival.
Adrenatime is just a stimulant. What good do you think it can do?
With Adrenatime, we can increase worker productivity orders of magnitude above ordinary stems and risk none of the harmful side effects. Imagine if we flooded the market with drugs that actually helped people. We could influence the very business model of Spacer's Choice.
Halcyon's problem is cruelty, not productivity.
We won't be exploiting workers any longer. We'll be celebrating them, giving them everything they need to succeed.
No, this is madness. The project, the complex, it has to be destroyed, razed to the ground. It's the only way.
After everything I saw on Gorgon, I agree. Gorgon was doing good work. It could still help the colony. The project was chaos. It doesn't deserve a second chance. Enough talk. What happens now? So those bottom two are persistent dialogue choices. We can go back to those at any time. I think those end the conversation. So we could go through the top three. After everything I saw on Gorgon, I kind of agree.
Gorgon is a cautionary tale. We agree on that much. But if we go into this with open eyes, then history doesn't have to repeat itself. I need that facility online, but I can't do it while Mother's still a problem. By now, she'll have shut down the Gorgon reactor. Deal with her however it suits you, and get that facility back up and running.
Don't do this, Wilhelmina.
What?
Minnie, don't make this choice.
Adrenatime is our future. It's bigger than money, bigger than family. It's the colony's best hope.
She wants us to kill her mom? You could be right, Minnie. This could get ugly. Are you willing to take that chance? What would you have me do instead, Olivia?
Return to my family's manor, Captain. Use the executive override code in my journal to activate the NDA protocol for my terminal. It will destroy the Gorgon drug synthesizer and put an end to Adrenatime for good.
Minnie would never allow that.
My daughter's gotten her hooks into you. I understand. She's always had a knack for manipulating people. But I know you're more than her foolish little puppet. You've survived this long. You have to be more. She will try to force you to fight her. You don't have to. In fact, I would ask you not to. Whatever mistakes she might make, she is still my daughter.
Captain, in light of recent events, I'm putting the manor under lockdown. Until Mother is dealt with, anyone who lands here is presumed hostile. Finish the job. I know you won't disappoint me.
Minnie will kill her mother without a second thought because she's more concerned with worker productivity and the fate of Halcyon. Olivia wants the entire thing destroyed because it can't be salvaged, and yet at the same time she wants us to do it without killing her daughter. I think that says a lot about Olivia's character compared to Minnie's. We can wink and make a finger gun at the screen. Get ready to be surprised. Optional. Restore power to the Adrenatime synthesizer. Optional. Activate the NDA protocol. No Name says, just call Jerry Springer and end this fight. Okay. At this point, I think I want to side with Olivia. I don't think she's a good mother. I think she's an awful mother. I think the way she was belittling her own daughter like that is just textbook bad parenting. And that may be partially responsible for the way Minnie turned out. So concerned with how people view her because she was viewed so poorly by her mother as a child. So, Minnie is a monster of her mother's creation. And yet, she still loves her daughter despite being a bad parent, whereas Minnie has no love left for her mother, and that's a shame. Okay, I want to do a hard save here. I want to see what happens if we do both. How much time do I have? 30 minutes? Can I do this in 30 minutes? Let's see what happens if we side with Minnie. Then let's see what happens if we side with Olivia. All right? We'll take the Vicar. For the end of the DLC, let's take Vicar and Sam. My best duo, in my opinion. I like them both. Okay, where do we go for this? She's at the Sprat Shack? What? John Veen says, Oxhorn, you can be Jerry Springer yourself. Reconcile them together. Okay, but how? Unlock elevator. Olivia Ambrose. It's not showing on my map where I need to go. Oh, here we go. Ox, don't you need companions with persuade skill? No, I've got good persuade with just the gear that I have. That and that brings my persuade up to, 115. I need 150. Shoot. You're right. Dang it. All right. Well, then I got to go back and get a different companion. Got to take Felix's, John. Maybe you're right. Felix is a good persuade character, right? Yeah, his persuade is 87. Ellie has a good lie. So does Nyoka. She's got a good persuade. Vicar Max has good intimidate. Of course he does. And Sam has intimidate. All right, so I guess we take Felix and Ellie, really. Because she's got a good lie. But really, I'm just seeing what happens if we choose this option. The real one I want to do is to side with Olivia. So let's see what happens if we side with Minnie. I don't think this will take very long. John says, gotta love Vicar Max, though. Julian Z says, Ox, side with Olivia first. You won't have time to do both. Are you serious? I've got 30 minutes. I'm at the end of the DLC, aren't I?
I keep my promises, Captain. Do you know the funny thing about mercenaries? They exist in a nearly infinite supply, even out-of-work tossball players. Do enjoy my latest delivery.
Doggone it, where's Pam?
We beat him once, we'll beat him again.
Pam's at the top
Felix,
of the tower.
You got any tossball metaphors?
Not really. Oh, I got this line I've been working on, though. Want to know why they call them freebooters? Because they can get my boots in their face for free.
Pam's right here.
Welcome back to the Adrenatime Synthesis and Manufactory Center. Employee identification number. Please be advised. This facility has been breached by worried your secret.
Glad to see you're still here, Pam. Feeling okay?
This unit is currently operating at 96.5% effectiveness. Need a reliable manager in a hostile environment? Look no further than Pam. From the surface of Tartarus to the storms of Typhon, Pam can keep your workers on track in any environment. Would you like to proceed with emergency combat protocols?
Have you seen Olivia Ambrose pass through here?
Affirmative. Director Olivia Ambrose was last seen heading towards the reactor room. Would you like to proceed with emergency combat protocols?
You waited here for me, Pam? You're the best boss I've ever had.
Your brown-nosing is noted and appreciated. Employee identification number. Please be aware. PAM units come with an advanced flattery resistance module.
Oh, really?
Your compliments will have no impact on your employee review, but they sure are nice. Would you like to proceed with emergency combat protocols?
Go get 'em, Pam.
Affirmative. Emergency combat protocols have been activated. Today is a good day to maximize productivity.
Oh, am I encumbered? I'm encumbered, aren't I?
System beginning security patrol.
What the heck? Nobody messes with you,
Control mode.
Thanks, Pam. Why am I encumbered? 106. What am I doing with a plasma carbine? That only puts me down to 10. I should have stored my weapons. Doggone it. It's 2 pounds. What's this? Why do I have this? Oh, that's my main armor. I'm not even wearing my main armor. Let's just eat 2 pounds worth of junk or something. Oh, let's just drop my Adrenatime. I don't need this. That'll do it. You coming, Pam? Come on, Pam. That's a good robot.
More stairs, huh? At least we're getting a good workout.
Pam! You're slow, robot. Come on. Thank you. Okay, I want to see both endings. If I go overtime, I go overtime. Ooh, we get more lore this way. From T. Hennessy to L. Maynard, subject, welcome to floor 3. Hi there. Not sure what you did to get sent here, but I'm so sorry. The good news is that everyone here is in the same ship, so don't feel too ashamed. And hey, it could be worse. It looks like you're one of the lucky ones. Lots of new arrivals don't even get a functioning terminal, and if they do, it gets modified to hibernate at regular intervals to save power. You'll quickly find that we're last in line for everything down here. But don't worry, if we stick together and look out for each other, I'm sure we can turn this department around in no time. Kind regards, Thomas R. Hennessy. In the next one, from Maynard to Hennessy, know where the toilet is? Ate too many fish sticks.
That's the last of them.
Oh. Pam! What?
What was that?
Take him down. One down.
Who needs bats? I don't need bats. They killed Pam.
I'd rather crawl through another HIA than work in a place like this.
Lore. From M. Eliason to K. Zemansky. Subject, please. Kevin, please stop taking out your frustrations on the filing cabinets. I know technical support gives you a hard time about the vending machines, but I would much rather have all of our vending machines smashed to bits than come in every morning to see another pile of files scattered across the floor. Honest to law, what has gotten into this office? You're the third person to show unprofessional violence in the workplace in as many days. Is there something in the Saltuna? Listen, Kevin, if the work is testing your composure, then I encourage you to look inside yourself and find the source. Work fortifies the spirit. Maybe you're not giving your work the attention it deserves. And in the next one, from T. Hennessy to M. Elazon, subject filing system. Hi, Minoru. Thanks for expanding your filing system to me, or explaining your filing system to me earlier. I think that gave me a better understanding of where to find the information I need. However, I'm still not entirely sure I understand it. So you use the first letter of the file name, find a Spacer's chosen player who has a surname starting with that letter, then organize the file based on the year in which that player was drafted? I appreciate how hard you've worked to implement the system, but wouldn't it be more straightforward to just organize it alphabetically? So she was organizing based on tossball players?
Get back!
You guys rock! Didn't even need my attention. I'm not going to bother looting since I'm not keeping this game safe. I'm just going to get the lore, get the ending, and move on. From E. Farrar to Human Resources Subject Manager. Good day. I have just started on the 3rd floor and I'm a little confused. This automechanical said it was my manager, but that can't be right. It called itself Pam and refused to tell me where my real manager was. Can you please direct me to my manager and send this automechanical off to be repaired? Thank you, Emily Farrar. And the next one, from Human Resources to Emily Farrar regarding manager. Emily, there is no mistake. Pam is a productivity automechanical and your direct supervisor. She is specially equipped to provide all your motivational and disciplinary needs as a valued member of the Spacer's Choice family. So please treat Pam as you would any other member of Spacer's Choice management. To that end, please accept all directives, commands, responses, and silent glares from Pam as you would a living, sentient human manager. Karen Blomstead. Oh, all the lore. From K. Zamansky to S. Tinsley regarding vending machine broken again. Gentle? How am I supposed to be gentle when I can't get my 2-hour energy brew? It's not right. It's criminal. I haven't had my brew in weeks. I've been reduced to borrowing Adrena time from the Chem lab just to keep me going through my shift. Fix your vending machine or I'm coming back with a tossball stick. And then the next one, from A. Hobbs to K. Zamansky, a subject betting pool. I agree completely. Who are they to tell you what to do with your tossball sticks? What are you supposed to do? Just let them sit around, not hitting things? That's not what they're made for. They're made for tossball, damn it. And without a tossball, what are we? Animals, Kevin. That's what. So, all that said, that means you're in one of the betting pools for the season, right? I know it hasn't worked out the last 3 times, but I've got a good feeling on this one. Trust me. Just make sure you have my fee ready, all right? What's a tossball stick for if not hitting things? Okay, so we've got a path over there. More lore! From A. Hobbs to T. Hennessy, cool your thrusters, friend. Hey, new guy. Here's the honest truth. When you get here, you're stuck here. Doesn't matter how hard we work or how well we perform, and there's a reason for that. One day, I had to take something up to HR, and they accidentally called me a quota employee. Thought that was a little suspicious, so I forked over a few bits to the maintenance guys to look into it. Turns out it meant exactly that. We are part of a quota. See, Spacer's Choice has certain requirements that a project has to meet in order to receive the top tier of funding, including a minimum number of employees at each location. So they tossed some desks right above the boiler room, made a PAM unit our direct supervisor, and here we are. At first I was mad about it, like I'm sure you are, but then I realized that I could benefit from my situation. Nothing's expected of us, so we can just drift along, like a ship that's killed its engines. So when you show up and push things to full burn all the time, it really throws off the equilibrium. Know what I mean? Tone down the enthusiasm is all I'm saying, at least 3 notches. In the next one, from T. Hennessy to A. Hobbs, pull your thrusters, friend. And I sincerely appreciate the advice, and I do understand your concerns. However, I cannot resign myself to such an apathetic course of action. I do not know your employment history, but as for myself, I was quite good at my job. Exemplary, even. I may have suffered a setback, but I'm unwilling to accept that this reassignment is some kind of fatal wound from which my career cannot recover. If we turn this department around and show management that we are valuable members of the Spacer's Choice family, surely they won't let us waste away in the basement. We just have to push ourselves harder. So please, with all due respect, do not try to discourage me. Thank you. Kind regards, Hennessy. Now that's a loyal employee.
It's just filing cabinets and papers everywhere. This is like a nightmare I had once.
Holy cow. OSI Guidelines on the Appropriate Practice of Filing. 1. The process of filing information is a sacred duty. We never embark on a new journey in filing without evoking the name of the architect and the law. A document is like a worker. Both must have their appropriate label and must be stored in the appropriate section. Maintain appropriate posture when filing documents. You are clergy serving at the altar of data. Oh, God. Replace and revise your filing system every 4 years. Planned obsolescence is the appropriate role of Spacer's Choice. Oh, I suppose I didn't have to unlock it to look inside. Okay, that's where I need to go. And the other door is here. Oh, okay. All right.
They're on it.
Had I not spent the first 40 minutes of the program talking about the acquisition news, I probably would have gotten both endings in under the 4-hour time limit. But, oh well. Let's get it done.
Performing in.
That's the last of him!
Okay, goodness. That one guy just wasn't being hit with my shotgun. Okay, 2 doors. This looks like a storage room. Cannon hyper. No unique loot or lore. Whoop. Elevator.
You ready? Because I've been ready since she messed with us at the OCI.
Ready when you are, boss.
Tony J says, and I would have gotten away with it if it weren't, would have gotten away with it within 4 hours if it wasn't for you meddling companies buying each other. Old man Ox. I guess that's what happens when I take off my mask.
Think she's in there? I'm ready to end this.
Oh, okay. Elevator behind me, big platform all the way around. What's up here? Vented Mark IV helmet. Lots of loot. That's about it. Let's go to the elevator. Ooh. So, what? Oh, that leads back out after we do the deed.
I'll give you one thing, little weasel. You are relentless. I did everything in my power to stop you, yet here you stand before me, offensively alive. Just so we're clear, if you intend to restart this machine, you'll have to go through me.
We could attack. That makes it small. Can't don't move a muscle, lady.
I don't intend to. What happens next is in your hands. Kill me now, or let me destroy this place.
I don't want to kill you, Olivia. You could just walk away.
If you believe this will be that simple, You haven't been paying attention. I can no more walk away than I can voluntarily cease breathing.
Sure you can. You could start right now. It's easy.
I will die before I let my empty-headed daughter resurrect Adrena time. Do you understand?
It's not too late. You could work together with Minnie and Spacer's Choice.
There is no working with Spacer's Choice. You work for them. If you refuse, they sell your contract to a rival firm staffed by your enemies, or seize your housing and turn you out onto the street. And if you've really irritated them, they simply kill you.
You don't talk about the corporations the way most people do.
Oh, I used to. Spacer's Choice, Anti-Cleos, C&P. I once believed all of them wanted what was best for the colony. After Adrena time, I understood that our notions of what was best were incompatible. I wanted to improve the common man through chemistry. They wanted to make money. For a while, our interests were aligned. Then, people's lives were destroyed. No reckoning, no apology. That's Halcyon for you.
Well, at least they're predictable.
We can pass a lie check of 1 to say Minnie's trying to clean up your mess. Let her complete the cure, you wouldn't.
She has no intention of curing the Marauders. She's only going to make more of them. Adrena time is addictive. It's poison. The only way they can perfect it is by making it more irresistible.
You might change your mind with a gun to your head.
The only way you're touching this reactor is over my dead body. And I am not afraid to die, Captain.
I'm losing my patience, Olivia.
Very well. I'd like to ask you something before we end this farce. I think I'm due that much at least.
Let me ask you something first.
Uncertainties still gnawing at you, Captain?
Why did you sabotage the labs?
I'm afraid I was not entirely in my right mind at the time. After Spacer's Choice released the unstable version of Adrena time and we began to see its effect on the public, my hand was forced. They weren't going to stop, so neither would I. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that was the only time I ever truly saw things clearly.
So you finally saw Spacer's Choice for the heartless machine of oppression they really are. Sounds like you were in your right mind.
I like your friend, Captain.
So she sabotaged them, not Law's assistant, as I thought. I suppose that makes sense now that we know she's alive. A lot of people got hurt because, well, I think you did the right thing. I mean, a lot of people were hurt, but she did do the right thing.
Yet here you are to undo it.
You had to know Gorgon wouldn't stay hidden forever. Why didn't you destroy it earlier?
And scuttle the only chance I might ever have to fix the things I've done? Until you came around, I still had hope I might crack it. That I could develop a cure for Marauders and save Halcyon from the brink. It was wishful thinking. Pure indulgence. There is no cure, Captain. And only ruin awaits Halcyon.
So the answer is hole up and wait for the end? Captain, you know that's bullshit.
The board has to have a plan. They're going to fix Halcyon? No. I don't believe that. We just haven't thrown the right people at the problem. I also don't believe that, but we're here to do the ending that I didn't want to choose. Maybe you're right, but I won't let Halcyon go without a fight. This is my home now. You wanted to ask me something. What was it?
You've plumbed all the sordid depths of Gorgon. You know how many lives my work destroyed. And still, you want to revive it. Why?
I mean, I don't, but I found your old notes and logs. I think you can still save this project. I believe a better adrenaline time could improve the lives of colonists around Halcyon. I don't care about your moral quandary, lady. I'm just here to get paid, or I can't watch this colony burn. Would the colony burn? Would blowing up the plant kill everyone on Gorgon?
Thousands of people gave their lives to see this sanctuary in the void survive. You want to erase their legacies out of, what, spite?
These are the only options we get? Wait, this didn't answer my question. Would destroying the Gorgon reactor thing kill everyone on Gorgon? I guess, I don't like any of these, but I guess Halcyon is doomed. I'm just hastening the end.
We think we're free agents, but the board has made a weapon of our ambition and pointed it at our fellows. We let them take our agency and give us nihilism in exchange, and we thank them for it. In a world without them, I wonder who we'd be. But enough. You didn't come here for a lecture. Let's get this charade over with.
We could shove her into the reactor or draw our weapons. Oh God, our only two options. So much for that persuade check. Let's shove her into the reactor. Okay. What's that? Equilibrium. Ooh. Nice. Well, that was all right. Yeah. You've heard the phrase practice makes perfect. Now it's available in gun form.
Well, that's done. As much as I'd like to think space stores won't make the same mistakes, I'd rather not stick around to find out.
Well, there we go. Burned up Olivia. Let's head back to Minnie and see what she says. Then we'll try the Minnie option. Rookie says, Ox, what are your thoughts on Microsoft buying Bethesda? I talked all about that at the beginning of the program. I encourage you to check the very beginning. I talk about it for about 40 minutes. Julian says, Ox, that option was I want to watch Halcyon burn. Oh, it was I want to watch Halcyon burn? Oh, I thought it was like I don't want to watch Halcyon burn. Okay. Whoops. All right, let's head back. Vladimir says, Ox, you chose these options over other options. You was to blame. Oh, did I choose the wrong ones? Okay. Well, her mom's dead. Let's see what she says about that. Where are we going? Oh, yeah. To the Ambrose.
We arrived at Ambrose Manor.
Well, now we know what happens if we just kill her. Oh, right. In front of my face.
Running diagnostic error.
You've done it! The Gorgon asteroid is under my control. The Ambrose family curse is broken, and my legacy will rise from the ashes in triumph. Thank you, Captain. We're going to change the Halcyon colony. This time for the better. As for Mother, what's done is done. I grieved for her long ago. The woman who perished on Gorgon was only her shadow.
If that makes you sleep good at night. Oh, I can even say that. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Pills always help. And occasionally something to chase them down.
Of course.
I haven't forgotten your payment.
Pills
Here's
and
a little
booze.
extra for your discretion.
Always prefer getting paid to getting shot for my silence.
I really hope you made the right decision, boss.
Poor Felix.
Of course, my gratitude goes out to your crew as well. Equal contributors all, I'm sure. This has been a long time coming, Captain. I can finally get on with my life, and the colony can begin to heal. Where do you go from here? What heroic challenge will the intrepid Captain of the Unreliable conquer next?
You know me, Minnie. I never plan ahead.
Capital idea. I hope that fortune draws you a long and winding path, even if it loops around from time to time. Good luck out there, Captain. I would wish you safe travels, but I do so admire how you rush headlong into danger. Keep it that way, won't you?
Wink and make a finger gun. Well, Allie is cool with that because we got paid. Felix has a moral soul. He knows the choice we just made puts a great deal of power in this woman's hand and has the potential to put the entire colony at risk. Which, of course, is why I don't really want to choose it. Can we kill her? Just out of curiosity's sake?
Don't mess with us.
That's one down.
Yeah. Burnout. She has a unique weapon called Burnout. All right. So it's a plasma rifle. Black scorch marks run along the barrel and heat ports of this weapon, and the grip and trigger are visibly worn. It's been on the job long past the point of breaking down, making it right at home in Halcyon. Well, there we go. Let's load my hard save and try the other ending. New cigar.
Don't mind the mess.
Okay, now this is the dialogue check I really want to pass, and I want to make sure I don't miss it. So, verifying I do have the right gear equipped. I'm going to have to remember to put that on when I get there.
Error. Weapon jam. Intruder.
Be careful. Looks like Minnie activated security around the manor.
I don't think we're getting a warm welcome this time.
Shh, easy now.
Something else!
Okay. My charming top hat and my leisure suit. And my shotgun, just in case. Oh. Where's Minnie? Unlock elevator. Elevator to personal laboratory has been unlocked. Oh, I didn't realize there was a personal laboratory. Oh, so we just touched the surface here. Okay, we might have more guys to kill. Wait a minute, I'm going the wrong way. There's the personal elevator.
You got nimble fingers, Captain.
Glad you approve, Ellie. Should probably put my armor back on now that I know I'm gonna have to attack.
I'll admit, I was expecting a wine cellar.
Does every secret lab in this colony smell the same way?
She has staff? Another hysterical test subject.
Their mistake.
Wow. Okay, she has her own lab with hysterical test subjects. How can she explain that? And they're all on adrenatime? Hello. What is this? Ah, there we go. All right, lore. Hacking skill too low. For crying out loud. And I don't have any stealth gear, do I? Engineering. I don't have the right companions for hacking. Stealth skills -5. I'll have to come back. Whoa. Sprats and vats. Okay, what's this? Dead end.
You gotta teach me that.
7 Carrera says 8-hour stream, Ox. Nope, not 8 hours. Security blade. Just over 4. If we remove this. No, it doesn't block the door. All right. Okay, so that's the NDA protocol. That's where we came from.
Boss! Oh no! Ellie!
Oh, sorry, guys. Guess he wasn't hostile. Okay, so we came from here. And that goes around over there, but there is a door in this room. Where does it go? Well, then what's this? Oh, this must have been... workbench. Cool. Grinder.
How'd you do that so fast?
You could call this your worst friend. You could also be sued by C&P. Lore. You have one recent message. Miss Ambrose, these projections are indeed encouraging. Unfortunately, without your mother's access code, we're going to have a beast of a time warming up the adrenotime synthesizers. What about Olivia's journal? I seem to recall her scribbling everything down, or at least everything she didn't murmur into that voice recorder of hers. I recommend hiring a freelancer to search her office in the Synthesis and Manufacturing Center. Someone capable, but disposable. Once we have the journal, Spacer's Choice will see to it that you're properly compensated. Don't contact us again. We'll contact you. Lucian Bancroft, Spacer's Choice. She's been working with Spacer's Choice. The Adrenotime Project, Mr. Bancroft. My name is Wilhelmina Ambrose. Prior to her death, you were in business with my mother, Dr. Olivia Ambrose. Mother was wrong to shut down R&D for Adrenotime, and Spacer's Choice was wrong to listen to her. I'm sending some financial projections and chemical plans I've drafted over the years. You'll want to read them closely. The potential for a new Adrenotime formula, one that works, is unlimited. I await your reply. So she really has been working on a new formula. And it has promise.
Didn't I warn you not to set foot in here until the job was done? You should have listened to my advice.
Whoops. I didn't realize we were going to talk now. I didn't put on my dialogue gear. Shoot. Let's talk about this, Minnie.
There's nothing to discuss. I can fix Adrenotime without you, and certainly without Mother. You wasted your time coming here, and worse, you wasted mine. but I won't let anything stand in the way of progress.
What if you and your mother joined forces to cure the Marauders?
You'll surprise me, Captain. Once we fix the chemistry of adrenotime, the Marauder problem will simply take care of itself. The days of the old adrenotime are numbered, and Marauders are bound for extinction.
Ooh. Interesting. I do have a couple of dialogue checks, but there is a better way. According to Jasper Lowe's notes, a cure is possible.
I got into the pharmaceutical trade to break new ground, not to fix the problems Mother created. Besides, Mother is determined to ruin everything she touches. First adrenotime, then our family, and now my ambition.
Persuade of 100. Oh, shoot. Why not give her a chance? She's been involved with adrenotime from the start.
She never gave me a chance. Forbade it. I see no reason why she deserves a second one. Mother never let me anywhere near R&D. I was always her incompetent little brat.
I can't do it because I didn't put on my gear. I have the right gear. I'm going to have to reload. Olivia kept you away from Gorgon because she knew adrenotime was dangerous.
And how would you know a thing like that?
I read her terminal. She was just trying to protect you.
Protect me from what? A promising career? My own hopes and dreams? If Mother had let me get involved, Gorgon might have been a success. But she never believed in me. Not once.
Maybe she wanted to spare you the pain of failure?
She was wrong. Keeping me away from Gorgon only made me want it more.
Well, talk to her then. Tell her that yourself.
And you think that would help?
Time has passed. You're both different.
How different? On second thought, I should find the answer myself. I was so eager to make adrenotime my legacy, to give it a second chance. But maybe it's my family that deserves a second chance. God, I can't believe I'm saying this, but if you see Mother, tell her I'm willing to work something out. She can even come over for tea. Or something stronger. I'm sure you won't mind if I remain here. Just to guarantee that you keep your side of the bargain.
What? Oh, you don't trust me?
I think I've made it abundantly clear that I don't trust anyone. It's funny, Captain. I hired you to break the family curse. And it would appear you've succeeded. Just not the way I intended.
I'll speak to Olivia. Be seeing you.
Good luck with Mother. I suppose you'll need it.
Oh, great. So we gotta go all the way... We gotta go all the way back anyway. Let's quick save here. Patrick says, good morning, Ox. Can I get a shout out to my coworker, Josh, who's also a huge fan of your Fallout lore vids. Can't wait to watch you get back to Wasteland 3. Thank you, my friend. Huge shout out to Josh. So wait a minute. If I pass that speech check, what can I do over here? Just go and kill her, I guess? Oh, I see. It's a faster way out.
Careful around Mother. She's more vicious than she looks. What are you doing? Away from the terminal. I'm warning you, Captain.
All right. Well, I did do a quick save. So with this, we could execute the NDA protocol. Let's look at the logs first. Note to absentee parent. Olivia, doctor, mother. I rest my fingers on these keys. I read your words, but I don't feel any closer to you. You're a stranger. Someone who peers out at me from the cold, reflective screen. You should have let me in. Return to route so we could execute the NDA protocol. Or we can try to convince her to work with her mother. All right, let's try that. Julian Z says, Ox, this is what I was talking about. All right. I get it now. There's a cave here? Oh, cool. Discovered discreet cave. How did I miss this? Oh, wow. Let's see what else is in this discreet cave. A spade. Definitely not a gardening tool. One-hand melee weapon. Hello. Groundskeeper Journal, Volume 2, Week 1. How long has it been since anyone asked old Mayberry to tidy up the planters or rake the garden? Mrs. Ollie hasn't shouted for me in ages, and I can't think of the last time Mr. Harvey came around to marvel at his fish. Where is everyone? Week 2. I've eaten so many beans and I don't tolerate them in the best of times, but I dare not go into the mansion in search of food. Think of the dust that had cascade off my unworthy shoulders and into the fine tile. Can't go inside, won't go inside. I don't belong. I'm not of the family. Week 5. Out of beans, but I won't trespass, even if the house is empty. I'm not of the family. The automechs know. They watch my every move. The cave is where I belong. Year 2? Time is a lie. There's no telling how long I've been here, munching on leaves and burying my excrement in the yard. No one's coming for old Mayberry. Loyal Mayberry. Faithful Mayberry. Oh, this is awful. Did we find a skeleton of old faithful Mayberry? Oh, that's so sad. Right. Back to Gorgon. Ooh, datapad. Groundskeeper Journal, Volume 1. Daily routines: sweep the Tranquility Gardens for Mrs. Olivia, oil the fish for Mr. Harvey, repeat. When they hired me on as groundskeeper, I assumed there'd be grounds to keep. Oh, we actually read this because we found this earlier. We just didn't notice the locked door in the back. Oh, we noticed it, but it was locked.
Query. Are you outside?
We are now in orbit above Gorgon.
Okay, now to fight our way back to Olivia, and this time convince her with dialogue to work with her daughter.
Welcome. Please be worried. No other brand of auto mechanical can match the freedom and efficiency of Spacer's Choice's patented PAM unit. Remember, it's not the best choice, it's Spacer's choice. Would you like to proceed with emergency combat protocols?
Go get him, Pam.
Affirmative. Emergency combat protocols have been activated. Today is a good day to maximize productivity.
My favorite robot ever.
System alert, sir.
That's a hurt! That's the last of him!
All these poor people we're just killing. Like, just to have a conversation. Because these two ladies refuse to talk to each other. We're just going to kill all these little thugs. These nameless people just got caught up in this world of machinations between the elite. Looks like in this way we can get all of the rare stuff from both areas.
Not to complain, but I'm getting sick of stairs.
They both comment on the stairs. Love it. All right, since we've read all the lore here, we don't have to stop to do that, which means maybe we can save Pam's life this time.
What was that?
That's what you...
Sorry, Felix! She's alive!
Try that again.
Come on, Sam. Or Pam. Pam? Pam? Pam. Oh. She's okay. Pam, I feel like I'm a nanny. Come on, bot. Let's go.
Unexpected.
We are. Where's Pam? She's the only one I'm worried about because she has permadeath. Pam? Where is that doggone robot? There, where you been? Jeez, taking your good sweet time. Come on, Pam. Ryder Wheeler says Pam's voice sounds familiar. Does it? I can't place it. It's these 90-degree turns that Pam has to suffer. She can't move very fast. Come on, everybody. Come on, Pam. No, she'll get there.
You ready? Because I've been ready since she messed with us at the OCI.
Ready when you are, boss.
Does Pam follow us down here? Okay, now let me get my dialogue gear on so that I can pass that 50 check. 68. Lie and intimidate. Is intimidate enough? I think intimidate's enough. Okay, quick save. Now I'm encumbered because I don't have the right gear on, but oh well. I'll walk there.
Think she's in there? I'm ready to end this.
Pam stayed up there. At least she's alive.
I'll give you one thing, little weasel. You are relentless. I did everything in my power to stop you, yet here you stand before me, offensively alive. Just so we're clear, if you intend to restart this machine, you'll have to go through me.
Whoa, hold on. I'm here to make peace.
You think that will fool me? I'll die before I let you have this place.
Minnie wants to work with you on a cure for the Marauders.
That's preposterous. Not too long ago, she wanted me dead. How do I know this isn't a trick to get me out of the way?
Okay. Why trick you when it would be easier for me to kill you?
A frightening but reasonable point. Unless your goal was not just to kill me, but to bully me first. Your intentions are beside the point. I've been working on a cure for 5 years, and I've made no progress at all. If she believes teamwork is all I've been missing, she's more soft-headed than I thought.
She said you were invited for tea?
She... what? That was our secret phrase. Did she tell you?
Her secret phrase between mother and daughter is, "You are invited to tea." Of course. That's rather sweet of you.
It was her idea.
Oh.
When I'd been on Gorgon too long, that's what she'd write at the end of her messages. It meant she missed me. That she wanted me to come home.
Gross! That's too sweet. You're making my teeth ache. So you'll work with Minnie?
I'll try. It's no guarantee of success. And like as not, we'll develop nothing useful at all. But it will be better than working alone. Thank you, Captain. In the end, you were not at all what I expected.
Go speak to Minnie and Olivia. Oh, she disappears. Oh, I guess she's back at the mansion. Well, wait, is this the right choice, though? Because... okay, it might be the right choice, because this is the only option that gives us a chance to cure the Marauders. One option is them working on a new... is Minnie working on a new drug that's just going to replace Adrenatine. The other option is completely shutting down the facility so nothing like this can ever happen again. Neither of those two options face the Marauder issue. The Marauders were created by Adrenatine, but this option, the compromise option, has Minnie and Olivia not focus on the new drug, not focus on destroying the facility, but instead focusing on the Marauder issue, which is, of course, the issue that's plaguing all of the colony. So maybe this is the best moral outcome as well. But I wonder if they reflect that in the gameplay later on, because there are Marauders all over Halcyon. If we make this option and they do make peace, do the Marauders disappear?
We've arrived at Ambrose now.
Adam says, but does Minnie actually want to fix the problem, though? I believe that's what we convinced her to when we passed a dialogue check earlier.
Diagnostic error.
She's just butthurt because her mother sidelined her all those years ago and refused to work with her and confide with her. Now she's working with her mother. Even if the goal of her project has changed, I think she's still getting what she wants out of it, which is better respect from her mom and a relationship with her. Quick save. They've both got What is that, scotch? They're both holding a glass. Maybe it's tea. They're having tea. That's what they're doing. All right, well, who do we talk to? Olivia or Minnie? Let's try Olivia.
I have to know, Mother. All those years ago, what tipped you off that Gorgon was in trouble?
The volunteers. Not just the shocking way they died, but the company's muted response to it. They were expensive to house, train, and treat. That the company would spare no expense, yet let so many of them die. It was terrible.
But you let it go on.
I thought if I could just show good results, I could protect them all. But not even significant improvements moved Lawrence and his ghouls in OCI. I knew then I'd lost control of Gorgon. I'd lost control of Adrenatime.
You never told me Gorgon was such a logistical nightmare. We should have had this conversation 5 years ago.
Yes.
You can't know how badly I wanted to. But the truth put you in danger, and I couldn't abide that.
I owe you an apology, Captain. Not only did I deceive you, but all this time I had the wrong idea about Mother.
What do you think of her now?
Mother is less than perfect, but more than a monster. Somewhere in the middle, I suppose.
Aren't we all?
We still have a great deal of work ahead of us. The years of silence were not easy.
I don't doubt it was hard on you, but I knew you'd come out the stronger for it. We have the chance to know each other now, thanks entirely to you.
Can't we just skip to the part where I get paid? That would make Ellie happy. Focus on your research. You have jobs to do. Well, what do we ask him? To mend their relationship? I mean, their relationship is important, but not as important as curing the Marauders, if that's even possible.
Indeed. And I suspect I will be a better researcher now for having her by my side.
Well, there's no need to dwell on the past anymore. We're in the thick of it together, now that we're partners.
Partners? Huh. I suppose we are.
And family, I suppose. This isn't at all playing out the way I imagined it. And for the first time, I'm glad.
Well... you two have grown a lot in a short time. I suppose so.
Part of me will always miss the cold, vindictive Minnie Ambrose. Life was so much simpler when I felt cheated by it.
I'm glad to have you as my daughter, Minnie. But I'm proud to call you my partner. But I fear things will only get harder from here.
We can glance at our wrist. Ooh, look at the time. I should be off. Or we can pass a science check of 60 to say test, measure, revise. Nothing gets done right the first time.
Indeed. The road to a cure will be long and fraught with setbacks. We will need to find our strength in the work and our partnership if we're to overcome them.
You've earned this, Captain. For recovering Mother's journal. For getting us talking in the same room together. And for exceeding my expectations.
Indeed. I have no use for bits and baubles on Gorgon. Not now that I have my work. Take what's yours, Captain. The road to a Marauder cure will be a long one, and the board will surely fight us every step of the way. But this partnership, it's a damn good start.
Will you put the burden of the colony aside for just one moment? Give me a day with my mother before we get back to work.
For you, I will try.
So sweet.
The Marauder problem won't go away overnight, but I'm confident we'll arrive at a solution.
It's finally over. I'm free.
What about your groundskeeper, huh? He died in a cave, being loyal to you. He's dead. And you're drinking, what is that, scotch? Have you no remorse? Just evil rich ladies. Who's the poor groundskeeper? He's the guy I'm worried about now. Sure, they get their family back. Yeah, they're going to cure marauders. But the groundskeeper is dead. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Side quest done. DLC complete. Groundskeeper dead. Butler bot over here destroyed. They don't care. They got their scotch.
Bringing canned responses? How clumsy of this unit. These things happen. Oh, calamity.
Oh, calamities. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. There are ending slides, Ox, says Fonzie the capybara. I know, but listen, I can't do that. Like, in order to get to the ending slides, I've got to complete the game. Yes, I started this DLC from a game save right before the final mission, but the final mission itself was like an hour and a half. I've got to go all through Tartarus. I've got to fight through the entire penal colony, the prison of Tartarus, before I get to the very end. And then I get to finally get to the ending slide. So it's like another hour and a half. I can't do it tonight. And I don't think it's worth dedicating an entire stream to. So that's the DLC. I'll probably Google the ending slides just to see what they are. But Jessica Sharp says, Ox, what are you playing for tomorrow then? Wasteland 3? Yeah, Wasteland 3. Since we beat Peril on the Gorgon today, tomorrow, Wasteland 3. And then we'll continue with Wasteland 3 throughout the week until we finish it. And then we'll pick up with our regular schedule of Disco Elysium, Horizon Zero Dawn, and The Witcher 3. Thank you, everybody, for joining me for today's live stream. I hope you've been enjoying Peril on the Gorgon as much as I did. I think it was a great little DLC, chock full of content, plenty of humor, and it made me interested in the gameplay again, optimizing my character. If I ever sit down and take the time to actually think about how the character system is supposed to work, I would probably have a lot of fun with it. And the story was fun and charming, just like The Outer Worlds itself. So if you like The Outer Worlds, the DLC is great. Julian Z says, Ox, search YouTube for the ending slides. I may, but you know what? That's something we can all do after the broadcast, so I won't keep you here any longer. Thanks again for joining me. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific time for Wasteland 3. And if you like this broadcast, the best thing you can do to support my channel is become a YouTube member. I'm going to keep streaming here as long as I'm able, but the best way to keep me here on YouTube instead of moving to something like Twitch is to become a member. Your membership is greatly appreciated. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early with some Wasteland 3. Bye-bye now.